I meant to put the phone on the tripod before I clicked go live, but that didn't happen, so this is awkward. I have to get the right attachment on this tripod. Hello. Okay. Just want to get used to doing lives again, and be more calm in my body when I'm doing the live stream. Because it's just like more chill that way for me. This isn't gonna work. How does this work? I'm trying to get this attachment onto the little mini tripod, and it's I don't think that's possible. It is really awkward when you don't set up the tripod ahead of time. But I clicked the button and I could not really go back. This tripod's too big. I need help. Okay. This, I had this one that goes on the little one, but the angle was not, it doesn't turn sideways. So like, cause it needs to be vertical mode.
Do you want me to help?
I don't know if this one goes.
I don't think it's not gonna attach to that base.
I need a man to help me, and I have
It's not gonna work.
Sean's that man to help.
Now,
because I can't do the thing.
Where did you get this thing from? Oh, I guess. Anyways, let's get you hooked up with that, right?
This doesn't turn sideways, hey?
No. I'll see if I can get another one.
Okay. We'll just try to make do in the meantime.
There you go.
Okay. That is uncalled for.
There you go.
Someone is being racist in the comments.
Oh, Jesus.
I have to get...
It's horrible.
Is it gonna work? Okay, I'll just hold it now. I'm just trying to get the live chat on.
Just watch out for the computer.
I can't manage all the things ever. Actually, it helps when I'm organized ahead of time. And that did not happen this time. Okay, Ben Allen, you are not welcome. You start off being racist, and I meant to just like kick you out, but I clicked the wrong button. Okay. So me and the buttons today are not agreeing.
If this is very likely to fall unless you have something holding it up on the back. So if you're gonna have it up here like this, we might have to put like a sandbag here.
Oh, I kind of wanted it closer because of the sound, and the white noise picks up when it's like further away.
I think that this will be sufficient, but just do that, and then I'm gonna get a sandbag. Okay, so be very careful, because when you tilt it forward like that, it's gonna fall on your screen.
Okay,
so
wait.
just hold it
no,
for a second.
sorry, I didn't. No, oh,
Huh?
sorry, I don't know what's going on. I don't need that. I was just gonna put it here.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, but thank you for helping
you
fix
go.
the tripod.
Yeah, and then that's kind of.
Are you in a haunted house? Why isn't this thing staying?
Because
It's too heavy.
Yeah.
We're just trying to figure out the physics of gravity. Tripod does not want to stay up. Okay.
There you go.
Here we are. No. Guess who's back? Do people just make a million accounts to fuck with people? Or did someone just change their username to Ben Allen to fuck with me? Okay, this is like the last live I just did like half an hour-ish ago was not this, but here we fucking are. So I don't even know if I want to do what I was initially planning to do, because the live streams are, stop swearing, I'm not going to be listening to people, especially people I don't know. So what the fuck do you mean people you don't know? People I mean people I don't know by people I don't know. I don't know how else to explain to you. Bailey, thank you for being here, because it's, I don't know, it's just like wild already. Do I even want to finish the rant? I didn't, it's like, it's, if I talk about it, I feel like people will just start being what annoys me too. But regardless, it's prevalent on the internet when you are a female, that males say weird ick things to you. And so I just wasn't used to that, I guess because I had a mullet and I was looking more male, I guess. Like, I prefer to look male because the attention and comments I was getting when I looked less male were giving me the ick. And so it's just annoying when it seems like just because you're female and you're on the internet, like that live streams specifically, you can't get away from some of that stuff. Like, it's not every live stream, but it'll just be a thing. And then I was confused too, because I was like, it was a few live streams, I think, that it started to just get to be like how I was saying in the last live that we just did a half hour ago, talking to me like I'm an OnlyFans model. Like, that's what I do, that I am here for the purpose of more like objectification purposes or something. I don't know. Some of it is hilarious and funny, like the person donating telling me to bark. I thought that was funny. But then there's like other stuff that's like specific to, I don't know. It's just, it got me on a rabbit hole too of, and I knew too, okay, feminist, I knew speaking about this too. And if I say the word misogynist, like that stuff's been really hijacked by the woke. If you want proof that I'm not like woke, like woke, like too far gone woke, however else you can explain that, like woke that doesn't make sense, that just comes full circle, that's like counterintuitive. What if you need proof that if you think I'm woke, my stuff on my channel is like controversial or whatever. Let's just like take a quick browse of my channel. You know, the wokes don't like me. They think I'm transphobic. So it's not that, but it's like, it did open my eyes to like actual misogynistic stuff happening on the internet. Obviously it's the internet, but it's like, yeah, I hadn't really had that stuff doesn't happen in real life to me. So, but it was annoying because I was like, I don't give a fuck that it's the internet. This is my I don't know, my Wi-Fi is just crapping out. and this tripod's crapping out and everything's gone to shit. Yeah, maybe try the beard tonight. Yes, I am so excited. Bailey knows about the beard that I purchased, that I invested in. If it gets weird, I put on the beard. And so that's my thing, because I did just... Where'd it go? I'm just gonna take a little journey. I did just feel like it just started to get, the chat on these lives that I'm talking about, like, it doesn't happen every time. It was happening to where it was like the main thing of the chat was people, well, males, unless it was like females pretending to be male, the way that it was going down, it was definitely like the male straights like treating me or talking to me like in the way of that you would sort of talk to an OnlyFans model. I would assume maybe it was probably more mild than that, but it became like or no, I don't know. It's weird too, because I have a spouse, so it's like I don't care. It's the internet. I don't care. It's just a weird thing for me. It was a weird thing for me to experience. People get wild when anonymous. Yeah. And it was mild though too. Wild, mild. I didn't mean to rhyme, but I'm not talking about this as like some dramatic, horrific thing at all. It's just like, it's standard on the internet, it seems. Although I was a bit confused, so I don't really watch other people's lives, but I took a little browse at the other females, seeing if they were getting what I was like, very often. It wasn't just a few comments. Like when I was being annoyed by it, I was like, is this what other females' chats are like? And other people maybe have a lot of moderators, but I swiped to people that didn't even have any moderators, ones that did kind of, and a part of what I think it is maybe too is how much I do usually interact with the chat, that I'm constantly looking at it. And I realized other live streamers, some of them don't even look at the chat. And I've allowed myself to be influenced by the live chat during my lives. I'm a big people pleaser, and I'm trying not to be that way, to where the live chatters sometimes are like expecting you to give your full undivided attention to the chat. It's like, look at me, listen to me, like, don't ramble ever, whatever. I don't know. I got influenced by that. And then I did feel some validation for how I want to run my own fucking lives on my channel. All of it, like, it doesn't matter at all what anyone in the live does, or whether other YouTubers are like not looking at their chats or are whatever. That doesn't even matter. Like, I do get to do what I want to do on my channel, but I have such a complex about myself where I can be very highly influenced by other people and have this like guilt complex. I just go full fawn response and not even know it. I don't even know that, because it's just ingrained in my soul that I don't know, I'm like, that I have to make everyone else feel, I don't know, that if what I do someone doesn't want or like, that I did something wrong or whatever. I don't know. I'm not going to go all into that, but anyways, I checked out the other live streamers, and yeah, they don't even look at their chat, and they were not getting the little browse I did at the time. They weren't getting these types of comments that I was getting. But then again, I just did the one little browse one day. I used to not be able to skip a single freaking comment without feeling like I failed. And then that changed for me. It's been like stages of getting over the people pleasing. So that's like, that stuff would make lives way more stressful for me. And just, I don't know, being on YouTube or the internet at all, or just anywhere existing. It just, in real life, like, this stuff follows me everywhere, because it's like, it became my personality. Like, a trauma response became a personality. So I just was like, whoa, I like, you know, I've missed some of your comments. And then I had a thought remembering when I would try to read every single comment and answer every comment. And then I would be going on these insane rambles because I would be having ideas and thoughts because I was also ingesting so many comments, like other people I watched. And it's like they answer 1 out of every 10, not even comments, 1 out of, it depends how many people are talking, but no one's making me do that. I don't have a gun to my head making me like answer every comment, respond to every comment. It's my own self. So anyways, okay, I did want to get to some comments. Do you want to go out with me? Alex, chill out. That is so mild. Those aren't even like the comments that I'm talking about the being female. It's actual like OnlyFans vibes, like that I'm on the internet for the purpose of doing things, I don't know, yeah, it's just, anyways, but yeah, obviously, sorry, Alex, yeah, that's not happening. So I don't even know what that word is. Realized you couldn't gain money on TikTok live, so you decided to join YouTube. Sad. No, that is not why. I'm like, did I make more on TikTok live? Even I probably would have made more in donations on TikTok, like the lives that I did. I don't know, but I did like, how long did I go? It was quite a long time. I made more on a TikTok live than a YouTube live, like the same lengths of times before. This is me. This is like why I'll answer every comment and explain myself when I don't even fucking need to. But yeah, why I'm not on TikTok is because I was doing a character on TikTok, and I want to actually come back as my character. So that account on TikTok is just for that character. And I did the lives like in costume, and I'm not doing that character, so that's why I haven't done the TikTok lives. You didn't really choose the best camera angle. Yeah, I probably didn't. Why? Yo, head look like American Dad. Quit yapping and do something better with your life. I could also say like quit commenting and do something better with your life, but I don't tell people what to do. Yeah, the culture, the most disgusting, especially on the internet, mostly from attention seeking. I'd suggest ignoring it. Yeah. Ignoring it, but also when it clogs my friggin' lives, when it's happening, it's like the live chat becomes that, and it's like people, I don't know, it's like they'll be, I just didn't like the way that the males like call you hun, and like, oh yeah, hun and sweetie hun, the way like that. What is that? It's not like full, it's not maybe actual objectification in a way, or it's like a mild, so those people, it's like I'd have to ignore like some of the chats, it's just been like people like that, but also adding to the conversation and commenting. Obviously I could just ignore it, but then it just sort of like almost became more of, I just needed something, I feel, to not attract that thing. It was like I got the beard because I'm not here for the male gaze. Is that what it's called? Like that's, my whole life I've just been icked out by male attention, probably. I don't know, in that way. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, what the it's a testament to the hypersensitivity Sexual character and lack of conscientiousness of the West is over. We're cooked. Yeah, it caused me to go down this rabbit hole that was really interesting, where I started to get a lot of feelings about it, and I was like mad. I was mad and icked out by the men, but I was mad at the women. I was like, as long as other females are like doing porn stuff or OnlyFans and they're doing it, is it just going to continue on? But then at the same time, but this is where I came to a balance. It was like, to me, the annoyance was, and I don't like to speak about like the genders I don't know. Obviously we know it's like we're overgeneralizing, or when I say like the males this or whatever, women, I guess the males that are doing this behavior, that are like talking to just females live streaming on the internet who aren't OnlyFans models, that aren't presenting themselves as that way, that aren't, that's oh god, my sentences, fuck, okay, I can't think. It's not a linear stream of consciousness ever. It's like, oh yeah, okay, the balance between me, I was like upset at the men, I was upset at the women, because as long as the women are doing the porn, are the men gonna think it's like okay to speak to all the women that way or something? The balance was like men realizing there is a difference, and just like a female merely live streaming on the interwebs is not invitation to be treated as an OnlyFans model. I understand and I get that people are doing that, like women are fine with being talked in that way, or that's what they're doing on the internet, but it's become this like normalized thing in my opinion. But I don't know, it could have just been a few weird live streams, but it just seems so prevalent, and I just had a hard time believing that men were getting those types of comments and things so often, and just casually by women, by like it's just something that doesn't. We're obviously different, so it did annoy me when I had talked about it in a video, and then a male commented about, they were just saying that it wasn't so bad or this or that, and I wasn't saying it was like so bad. It was just, I'm uncomfortable by it, and I don't know, I don't need to be part of the normalizing of the stuff. I don't know, I don't really know. Maybe it's happens the other way around, like maybe there are men live streaming and women are commenting to like telling them they'd love it if they wore a crop top, or telling them like take off their shirt or whatever, or like, I don't know, maybe that is happening, but what's the main thing you want to get off your chest tonight? I don't know, I think this is like exposure therapy. Obviously it is, it always is, and it's every day of my life is exposure therapy. The goal usually is to like regulate my nervous system during the live stream, to feel calm and not to not be affected, but to not go into trauma response. Like or when I do, I make note of it to, yeah, I don't know. My channel is just I'm putting myself out there of how I am, and it to help other people that have the neuroticisms or the OCD stuff, and to show that it's not something to be ashamed about. And when I've made it this bad thing and I've judged it, it makes that's just not healthy. That's like emotionally abusive. It's like, it's not great for effective communication when I'm over explaining everything, or stuff like that. But it's not this like, I'll react like it's this like wrong thing I did and I should feel bad about it, and it just, my perfectionism then gets involved, and it's like this battle. And what helps is just I'm trying to get better at picking up on the trigger before I automatically go into over explaining all the time. And I pick up on that like insane urge to over explain. Like I just automatically react because my body will be living in a state. Okay, the ring of the phone is something that usually gives me a jolt. We'll have to call father back. My paranoid brain even will go as far as being like, oh no, for some reason it is like my dad watching my live, and then something I did or said in the live, he's like, don't do this or that. And my dad would never even do that. So it's like, that's as far as it can go with the paranoia and the anxiety. But I want to get back to some comments, but I was going to text my father to let him know I'm alive, but I just can't talk because I'm live, you know. Okay, texting with one thumb is a struggle. We'll call back later on a live stream. And then it's like I gotta remember to call him back later. I have to remember that, so I'm gonna have to set an alarm for that. Managing life, guys. Managing life. Because I don't like not sticking to my promises or like what I say I'm gonna do. That stresses me out. If I say I was gonna do something and then I like don't, and then I feel like I let the person down and I feel bad. Okay. Okay, the alarm is set. The alarm is set. Oh my gosh, Dave Davis is very nice. They say, I think you're fun and enjoyable to watch. That is a nice comment, and I thank you so much. And that reminds me of the next topic I want to talk about is a fearful avoidant attachment style. But which I feel like the fearful avoidant attachment style is like related to when you get nice comments, it like that also stresses you out for me. Fearful avoidant is like you want connection, but you're scared of it. And so anyways, I want to get more into that, but I want to get, I want to at least, someone said they love my hair. Thank you. I don't even know who that was because I just scrolled so fast and then I saw it so quickly. Okay, I need to regulate my nervous system. Breaths. But it's okay if I'm not calm. Like that's where it's hard to, like my mental health stuff is so complex sometimes. Like it's simple, but it's not. It's simple to, the treatment is simple, but like things have gotten so complex where it's more beneficial for me to be calm, but I'll have these judgments of myself of not being calm that aren't healthy, and I need to let those go. So I have this weird thing where it's like I almost want to rebel because being calm means that I was a good little girl that like did what I was supposed to do, and it's so shameful to not be calm. Like if anyone understands what I'm talking about, it's gonna be hard to understand because it's kind of complex stuff, and I don't really know I don't know if I'm ever making sense to people. I need to just concentrate on reading some comments. Like one thing at a time. It's good, you're doing what's best for you. Ignore the crappy people, attention-seeking comments. Yes, the ignoring is good. I'm also such a curious person that I don't know, I like going down rabbit holes, thinking very deeply about the comments. It tells me a lot about myself. When it triggers me, it's a moment for me to do some more work on myself and figure out why it triggered me and what within me is so rejecting of what they had done or whatever. Okay. You just have to notice that good people in the chat see the bright side. People tend to overlook positive comments since it's an obvious thing to do, but it's part of the comments. That's true. Sharuma, that is true. At the same time, though, I don't want to get into giving positive things too much attention. Like, that might sound bad. How do I explain this? You can't value yourself like through what other people say, good or bad. You have to just know within yourself. And it's obviously nice when people say nice things and it can give you a little boost or feel help or be helpful. But then at the same time, relying on that isn't healthy. Like, because then if people start hating you, I don't know, say you have like a people supporting you in that, but then you do something and they don't like it and they start hating you. If you were getting something out of the good stuff they were saying and you felt okay because they liked you, then once they stop liking you, then it's, you know, you have like a fragile sense of self, whatever. It's a common feeling people who want to help around just have to be healthy with. Also, guys, I read slowly. I have to like reread it a few times for the information to actually digest. Don't let them get in your head. You're being manipulated for entertainment. I know, and then that makes me like, then I get irked about if I've been manipulated. I can be at times pretty easily emotionally manipulated, and I clue in after the fact a lot of times, and I'm like, Jesus, I've been bamboozled again, and I'm just so used to certain things and behaviors as being normalized because of my upbringing and that, and then I don't realize, I finally clue in, and it's like, whoa, this whole time, this like dynamic, and I'm not talking about total strangers at this point, I'm talking about like someone beyond a stranger thing, more maybe an acquaintance or a like mild friend. How do you say mild friend? Like not good friend, whatever. I'm talking about that type of a thing. It's not a complete stranger, and then I don't know, they're on me about stuff, and then I'm the one constantly trying to see what I could have done better. It's like, oh, maybe I could have asked them in this better way or something. Like if they are being petty or reacting emotionally immature to me and whatever, I see so past that, and it's like I'll try to think, or I'll blame myself almost for like their reaction, instead of looking at the conversation and being like, who was speaking maturely, respectfully, whatever, versus the other person, and why the fuck am I still trying to be better and not being like, oh, they're, you know, being not cool. But yeah, I'll get manipulated quite easily. Trying to change that. I'm so behind the comments. Am I an alien? You'll have to answer that one for yourself. Are we all aliens? Do we even, like, maybe we did come from a different planet? I don't know. I'm not trying to be weird, but she's beautiful hair. Thank you. That is not a weird thing. This is where also I almost named this live stream New Year Better Hair, because, but then I'm like, am I a hypocrite for complaining about, say, men talking about my body or something? Like the hair, that is like different than the stuff I was talking about earlier. It's like, yeah, it's different. So, but yeah, I almost named, so you're not weird at all for that. I talk about my hair a lot on my channel because I had a hair problem and I finally found the right shampoo. So, and I get that people, yeah, I don't get bothered at people talking about my appearance. It's not that. It's like the further step of like, I guess, an objectification. It's the sexual thing. It's like doing it in like an overtly sexual type of way and then just doing that. And it's that, yeah. God, I am on tangent after. See, I just like judged myself right there. This is, and then it's like, okay, take a breath, Alyssa. There's a big judgment still about the rambling that I do and the minimal amount of comments that I'm getting to and how long I talk for after a single comment. There's judgment about that within myself that I do want to let go, and so I'm working towards that. It's just, there's just like a lot of self-censoring in me still. I don't like having to hold the tripod up. I don't like that I have to, because I'm aware of my hand being, this hand being here, like holding it. And I want to be able to have that hand because, I don't know. It's like I can't not think about my hands doing that thing. It's taking up extra space in my brain. And if you know me, I cannot manage. One task is just so hard to manage. So there's a lot going on at once during a live stream. Uguay, I don't know that. Is that a guru type of person? Uguay once said, yesterday is history, tomorrow's a mystery, but today's a gift. That is why it is called the present. I love that. I've been listening a lot to Eckhart Tolle and doing meditations, and it is just like the treatment that I need to do for myself on a daily basis. The treatment is turn off social media and find Jesus. Leave the cave, enter the light. That does make sense that they commented that with that name. And I think the finding Jesus thing does work for certain people. But I'm not the type of person. I do need to limit my indulging in drama channels, though. Like, that's my version of turning off the social media. But I do just desire to be creative in a way on the interwebs. Like, I know live streams aren't that creative of a thing, but I have other aspirations, but my mental stuff, perfectionism and all that, gets in the way. And so the live streams is a beginning, like, in keeping up to them with them is a beginning of pursuing more of the creativity online. I just think the online world and social media is a blessing and a curse, right? I was a nightmare child. If it helps, one thing that's always helped me love myself more and be more confident is in the morning thinking and what I'm grateful for and accomplished. Yeah, the gratefulness exercises seem to, they do help, they make a difference. I was listening to Mel Robbins the other day, and she was saying when your anxiety starts to kick in and it's just like, oh no, this thing's gonna go wrong and this is gonna happen. She's like, why not go, what if it goes well? What if it just, that can snap you out of it to just be like, what's the positive in this or the good in it, right? I don't get why you get triggered. Did you experience something bad? It was just, I have judgments about bringing this up all the time. And because I have a relationship with this person, it can be uncomfortable to bring it up. So I guess I don't have to answer it. I forget, guys. I forget. It's like I just gave myself permission. I don't have to talk about it today. But I guess it's something. The only issue with talking about it is like, it's like I will want to talk about it, but I'll feel like I'm doing something bad by, even though I speak about it respectfully, and it's like, different when you're a child than when you're an adult, you know, dealing with this person. But it just can be this thing where it's like, I don't want to shit talk a person, or, you know, be like they were so bad or whatever. It's basically a person, one of the people who raised me, at least at the time, I'll say it that way, had very high narcissistic traits. And narcissism isn't just like being full of yourself. There's people that are like narcissists that don't even have that flavor of it. There's like covert narcissism and stuff like that. So if it's like, when I say this too, a lot of times people don't really understand, but because if people don't know what the full extent of like narcissistic personality is, it's like they don't understand maybe why, like with the trauma of it all. It's like, it's basically someone emotionally, okay, this is how I could put it in a nutshell. As a child, for me, why I have a lot of triggers and stuff, it's maybe not just this dynamic or thing, but it's makes a lot of sense because as a child, from when I was born, one of the people that raised me was high in traits where they would very often emotionally manipulate me, and also other family members. Like, it's just, I think it's a bit of a generational trauma thing, and it's normalized in certain cultures, it's normalized in society. I'm 30 years old. It's like there's ways people were being back when I was growing up, and it's changed now, and then it's going to change in another 10 years or whatever. So it's like, as a child, I believed things that were being said about me that weren't true. And I started to take on beliefs that I was responsible for this person raising me, that I was responsible for their emotional outbursts. And if they freaked out and screamed at me, that I really did do something wrong. Like, when it's just, it was, I didn't know, it didn't make sense. It's like the things I got in trouble for. Obviously, there was things that I did that I probably shouldn't have done, but there was like things that later on I realized weren't a bad or shameful thing, or I shouldn't have actually gotten scorned or in trouble for. At the time I did, and my brain got tuned in a way that got fucked up. I don't, okay, that was a lot of explaining. Ah! Don't focus on the problems and change. Don't focus on the problems and change your internal dialogue. Weird, I know it's like an argument in your head, but argue against the negative thoughts. Trust, I know it's hard, but I find this helps. That's if that helps for you, that's cool, but for me it doesn't, because I have a OCD. I have an obsessive compulsive style of thinking, so I will just argue with the negative thoughts forever. Is that, like, did I read it right? Like, are you saying to argue against the negative thoughts? Because, yeah, I did try to do that, and that's what keeps me in rumination. So for me, it's realizing that it's a feeling in my body, and then I just start going into a trauma response mode. Like, fawn response means you're just very agreeable, and you people please, basically. So that's fawn response. Freeze is, yeah, you freeze. Like, fight or flight is, yeah, we know these things, I would think. For me, what actually works is becoming aware of when that thing has been triggered and happens. For so long, I just so used to living in fight or flight 24/7. So I didn't even know how bad, like, my nervous system was messed up or firing off all the time, and I don't even want to use the word bad, because, yeah, I have a lot of what's like kept me from being able to come out of suffering is like the shame and the judgment of the anxiety and the things. So what you resist persists, and anxiety starts to become a reaction to that feeling. Like, oh, it's bad, I'm anxious. And I can't be anxious. And a lot of our culture still, I feel, is like, I've been doing a deep dive on this concept. A lot of our culture, I feel like, is scared of anxiety. And a lot of our treatment for it is like, you have a disorder, so you need this medication and whatever. And I've gotten diagnosed with different disorders, and I like, for certain purposes, I like the labels to know what symptoms you're dealing with. But then we're discounting, like, is this really a full-on disorder? Like, yes, things have gotten disordered, but the thing that I realized that also helped me come out of the shame of it too was like realizing that I was actually having a very normal response to what I went through, that the way I was dealt with as a kid and emotionally manipulated and all that, whatever, it was like I picked up on these behaviors and OCD ways of being. The OCD and the overthinking actually helped me in the past, because this person was extremely reactive to anything I did wrong, or like, I don't, just one day a joke was funny that I said, and the next it was the worst thing I could possibly say. And they were just extremely unpredictable, volatile, on eggshells. And so I'm a very sensitive person as well. Like, my nervous system is maybe more sensitive than other people's. Like, I was affected in a way that other people, not everyone gets PTSD or whatever. I feel like I was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, and I think it's like a mix of complex PTSD, post-traumatic stress, and borderline personality disorder, because I have issues with my sense of self. Like, it's gotten a lot better. I don't know if I would today get diagnosed with borderline. Maybe not. I'm not like dysfunctional enough. But then again, I don't work an actual job. I don't have a conventional life. It is like a struggle. I don't think I'm meant to have that kind of life, so I'm trying not to judge myself a lot of the time. I don't want to hold it anymore. Don't want to hold it. I'm very cautious of going down dark rabbit holes. Go down the rabbit hole of Jesus being your actual savior. I wasn't raised a believer. I was raised Christian, and it actually didn't help me. Fun fact, I actually got, I believe the origins of my OCD, of having a really intense demon phobia and of being an evil person, I believe that did come from Christianity. So it's not something that I think I'll ever go back to. It did not help me. It's great that it's like good, it's helping you, but it actually caused me a lot of problems, and I had a lot of OCD that came from Christianity stuff. Self-control is the only possibility. Everything else is out of our control. Self-control. Yes. Yeah, the self-control. And then also I feel like self-control, but also realizing, I think there can be a level of toxic self-control at times where you don't let yourself even have emotions or be affected. Or I'm not saying Purple One's saying this at all with their self-control comment, but there's like, people will think that self-control is not having emotions, and that is totally not healthy in my opinion. Or it's like, I gotta not be angry. It's like letting yourself feel the anger, process it healthily, but it's not trying to control the things, the emotions. And so that's how I deal with my anxiety as well, trying to control. Okay. Sorry, I didn't know if I was getting some comments only on my phone and not the laptop here, so yeah, what was the self-control thing? Oh yeah, for me, trying to control the anxiety as a way of self-control as well, like it just it just makes it so much worse, and I still have a habit of doing that a lot of times. It's like you can control you oh yeah, you control your reaction to the emotion, to the feeling, right? So it's like letting the anxiety and stuff be there, and then controlling how you react to it, instead of, oh no, anxiety, bad, and then just like automatically, yeah, reacting to it. You try to control that. So anyways. Oh, thank you. This person has a nice comment. Well, this may not mean much from things that I've heard, but from what little information I have, I'd say you're a pretty chill girl. Hope you figure things out. Peace. Well, thank you. That is a very nice comment. I think you were beautiful. That is also a very nice comment. Thank you. Death Blossom 115 and Christopher. Tell yourself it's okay. I'm okay. I'm safe now. I do this. Purple one. Yeah, that can help. I went down that rabbit hole of the like, I'm safe. I did that stuff. And then for me, it did kind of backfire a bit, because then I started to judge myself for it wouldn't really work. And then I would be like, yeah, maybe I did it in a too judging type of a way, where I was like thinking I shouldn't even be feeling that way. Like, you're safe now, like you don't need to panic, like you're fine. So it just was kind of like, for me, it helped to kind of trace the trigger in a bit of a way, because I would consciously know nothing was going to happen and that I'm safe. Like, it would really piss me off to be like, just, you know, really stressed and having a whole nervous system thing, where it's like, I know, I would consciously know and believe that I was around, a lot of my stuff will be social anxiety. So it's like, these people would not even react or do the things that my body is freaked out about happening. Although I was wrong about my last counselor, but like, I had that bodily feeling, and then she got weird. So my body was maybe picking up on something. It's annoying when you don't know if it's really there or not. Like, I got really into believing for a certain period of time that I was always overreacting, that it was always just me and my social anxiety, and that everyone was perfect and the nicest and the best. So that did not help. But yeah, for me, it helps to kind of make sense of it in a way too. There is a thing to, yeah, overthinking and ruminating, but for me, it can validate it to I'm pretty more aware of my triggers, to know like why my body's reacting, not feeling safe, because of something in the past that was similar, right? It helps me to kind of relate it to that, so that I can be brought back to reality in a way where it's like, oh, that's bringing it up, like that's why, but that isn't happening, or we are safe here. I don't know. For me, it helps to try to get out of my head, and sometimes the validating, like, I am safe though, I am safe, it is okay, like that can just be staying in my head. Like, I like to do somatic therapy stuff, which is all with the body, and it's not thinking, like you just become very in tune with your body, and you try to feel the sensations as they are, without thoughts or without judgments. So yeah, for me, because I have OCD, you want to see this, tell her later, but got to go, Lessa. Oh my God, Bailey, yeah, I totally did not see that in time. It's gonna be okay. If this causes more stress, I just taking a break. Your health should be more important than anything. Yes, that's true. Yeah, if but at the same time, so it's like everything causes me stress. Off the lives, it's like I can have things that are causing more stress reactions. But yeah, there are times where I just totally hermit and try to like avoid any possible triggers. Like even listening to podcasts will cause little triggers in my head because I'll judge myself if the person talking has a different opinion of me than me and think that my opinion's bad and wrong or something. Like even just when I really need to just get my nervous system to a healthy level, I'll have to just watch like say fun shows that don't have any personal opinions really, like Impractical Jokers or Seinfeld maybe or something like that. I have to just like shut myself in and do that. But so yeah, it's a matter of figuring out what's too much and what's a healthy level of exposure, right? But I thank Random Vids for looking out for me. Anxiety has no positive ontological existence, just the absence of faith, like how darkness is the absence of light, doesn't exist in any positive sense. Any positive sense? I do disagree. I think anxiety has a lot of anxiety is very useful. Like we wouldn't get up and do things without a certain level of it. Like there's a difference to the bodily sensation and then the extra horrible thoughts and worries more associated with that thing. But the feeling of anxiety like gets you to do stuff, and it helped us to survive, I feel. I'm sorry you've dealt with that. Can I ask what you plan on growing through it? Some of the strongest people I've met have gone through hell. I'm sorry you've gone through it, but I know you'll do. Yeah, Random Vids, it like I'm the best I've ever. It's nowhere like the still ways that I deal with anxiety and stuff is like I don't think it'll ever get back to the level that it was at when I was 15 years old in high school, and because I just will never be at the darkest place that I was at. Knowing what I do now, like I was fully in that shame and I had really messed up beliefs. Like trigger warning, I'm gonna briefly mention self-harm, but when I was at my darkest, which was like 15 years ago now, which like I could never go back to because I feel like I have different beliefs now at the time, but for being all awkward or something like in a social reaction, like I would self-harm if I thought I was just like being awkward or weird or like it was like really bad. So we're nowhere near that. Like it could never. Yeah, I can just never. I don't think I could ever experience that way of it again because I don't believe those things anymore about myself in the way that I did. Learning about the narcissistic stuff actually has been the biggest like part of my healing to actually change my beliefs about myself. I'm always so behind with the comments. Have a good night. Have a good night. I hope you have a good one too. Keep pushing yourself. Thank you. Look into preventive care, exercise, eating healthier. Not saying you don't help my depression, anxiety, but don't give up. Yes. No, I'm not. I cannot give up ever. And for me, it's like I'm okay with how I'm experiencing life. And the eating does make the biggest difference. Like I have been changing the way I eat. I've been learning about female hormones, and I had been doing it all wrong, folks. And it makes the biggest difference to if you are a female, actually, if you're in anything, because everyone knows a woman, and especially if you're in a relationship, it helps to know your partner's menstrual cycle. If you're in a relationship with a female, she might not even know her own freaking cycle. Like I didn't keep up with that shit really for a while. And a week before you get your period, your progesterone like drops dramatically, and that causes anxiety and depression and all that shit. And so and doing keto, like being in ketosis and fasting can lower progesterone. So then if you were doing that, you'd get even lower levels, and then you'd be really extra anxious and affected. Like, cause I do low carb a lot of times. So, yeah, this time around, I don't know, I got on the rabbit hole of Dr. Mindy Peltz. If anyone's interested, I know there might not even be really any females in the chat, but if you are, even if you're not in a relationship right now, like, this is really good knowledge to know, to, like, if you're in a relationship, it helps to know it maybe ahead of being in a relationship, so that when you're in one, you can know this stuff. Like, that the lady, Dr. Mindy Peltz, she was on Diary of a CEO, and she was saying, like, how men can also, it's like, they're obviously affected by female, having different moods at times. And she was like, if you want to solve problems and talk about stuff, like, talk to her on day, I don't know what day it was, like day 15 or whatever. She's going to be like really receptive because her hormones are going to be this way. And oops. And anyways, you've got through some pretty tough places in the past. I know you will get through whatever's happening right now. Just join the stream. I'm not exactly sure what you're going through. Oh, hello, A. Warren Johnson. I was just talking about anxiety and stuff. I'm fine. I'm doing fine. I'm always usually experiencing anxiety at times, which isn't a bad thing for me. Like, for me, the suffering is reacting to the anxiety like it's a bad thing. It's like having that when you feel it, having, like, so anyways, people, yeah, when I talk about it sometimes, I think people are like, they're just trying to support too. And so I get why it's like, what's going on? Because the comments will be like, you can get through this, you're okay. I do appreciate support, but I, like, yeah, I know I'm vibing, dude. Like, I'm good. We're vibing. Anxiety for me is not, it's if I'm having a lot of anxiety, it's not, like, you can experience it and not have the suffering. And on that note, can you define what anxiety is? Oh, man, that's a good question. Because I've mentioned, I talk about, there is a difference to me between feeling those feelings of anxiety in your body without the extra thoughts. So I do think anxiety kind of does what we know as a society, what anxiety is, to me, includes those thoughts. Because when the disorders that, like, anxiety disorder or panic disorder, it's like, oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna, like, they're feeling a panicky thing in their body, and then their brain's reacting to that feeling. To me, that is what anxiety is. So I guess, like, when I talk about feeling the anxiety without the thoughts in that, I guess you would maybe move out of actual anxiety and into, it just, like, it can be there in your body, but you can accept it and be okay with it and not, it's uncomfortable at times, but, so yeah, let's try to define, I want to actually look up the definition, and then maybe I can add to that or something. I'm still holding the tripod down, guys. Still multitasking. This is what Google has to say about the definition of anxiety. A feeling of worry, nervousness, or unease, typically about an imminent event or something with an uncertain outcome. He felt a surge of anxiety. Desire to do something, typically accompanied by unease. The housekeeper's eager anxiety to please. Okay. A mental condition characterized by excessive apprehensiveness about real or perceived threats, typically leading to avoidance behaviors and often to physical symptoms such as increased heart rate and muscle tension. I do think anxiety, it kind of has to do with the future, right? It has to be with, like, thinking about the future. Can you, thank you. Oh. Sean gave me something to weigh down the tripod, so I don't have to hold it anymore. Yay. Thank you. What does everyone else think of what anxiety is? My understanding of it comes from Orthodox monastics from, like, 1600 plus years ago, that The it doesn't actually exist, just the absence of faith thing I said earlier. Interesting. Okay. It doesn't actually, the absence of faith is, that comes from like a religious, well, orthodox background, right? Would that just be like the older day version of, if it's not there, you don't experience it? The people who are like, I don't believe in anxiety, like Andrew Tate, because I don't think, I think it still is a thing that exists, but that mindset can help. And because you don't let anxiety dictate your actions and what you do. When anxiety is an issue, to me, yeah, for me, it's like not being, for me, the issue and where anxiety is like not vibing with my life is when it causes me to act in a way that fulfills those like anxious, negative thoughts and beliefs. So feeling anxious about, say, before I do a live stream, it's like, oh, I don't know, I shouldn't do that. I'm not very interesting. Who would want to listen to me or something? Like, and say I was anxious or whatever and having those thoughts, and then I proceeded not to do the live stream based on that anxiety. That to me then would be, I don't know where I'm going with this. That would be, to me, the problem, not the feeling of anxiety itself. And the feeling would still exist. Okay, something popped up. Anyways, what time is it? I maybe should actually get going because I had been renovating a bedroom for eternity. So I've been sleeping in an office, which, if we're talking about anxiety and sleep makes a huge difference. When you sleep better, less anxiety. No to them, God didn't create anything evil or negative, including anxiety, so it doesn't actually exist in a positive sense. Neither does evil, which is just the absence of good. Let me reread that and then sift through that. No. To them, are you saying to the people that, like the Andrew Tates that are like, I don't believe in anxiety, so it's not real, or I don't believe, what do you say? I don't believe depression, it's not real. To them, God didn't create anything evil, negative, including anxieties. It doesn't actually exist. Oh, this is so hard for my brain to fully comprehend. So you're not saying that 33 cigarettes. Oh, wait, no, okay. The monks, to them, God didn't create anything evil or negative, including anxiety. To me, in my own perspective and opinion, it's like giving toxic positivity of like anxiety being the like nothing negative, no negative, bad. To me, it's giving a little bit of toxic positivity, if I'm being honest. Looking at anxiety scientifically, I think it's a result of conditioning from childhood where a person's mind is most impressionable, like trauma, etc., very real in thinking. Yeah, I also think I do consider myself a HSP, like a highly sensitive person. I think my nervous system is more, and I don't know if that's because of childhood or I already came out that way of having like more of a sensitivity, being more affected by things and getting like nervous system reactions. I do think that's mixed with genetics and upbringing. It's like how sociopaths and psychopaths have a low, what do they call it? I watched this person's channel. She was a mother of a diagnosed psychopath child, and she said the grandpa was with the child and he thought the child was like deaf because he had shattered a cup or something and it was really loud, and I would definitely jump. Like, I freak out over little things like that. That's what, like, I'm more sensitive. My reflex, the kid didn't flinch at all. Like, he would drop a glass. Just psychopaths have that low sensitivity to having like a lower fear response, having a lower startle response. I think it's called startle response. So I think anxiety is people who have more anxiety, they experience more. I think it can correlate with that sensitivity thing, like HSPs, which means highly sensitive people that are sensitive to, like me, I'm more sensitive to lights and stuff and sounds. And I put two and two together more recently, like way later in life, that the lighting was affecting, like, I'm just so much more calmer with salt lamps and certain lighting, and it was like giving me this bodily response. Or, you know, going to like the loud, very stimulating grocery store. Like, I don't like big cities, I get more anxious. So, and then other people love big cities. I guess I do like them at certain times. I don't know. It's like fun stuff going on when there's things going on, but basically taught how to think, react, act. That's interesting. But what about children raised by the same parents and one is very anxious and the other isn't? Like, and they were kind of, unless one child was taught differently, you'd think generally enough they would have been raised by the same teaching styles. But then I think I do believe in children picking up on their parents. Like, if their parent is very anxious, then the child learns that. But I don't think it's all one thing or all the other thing. I think it's a mix of stuff. It's fair to disagree. I've just been operating from this definition. It's been very helpful for me. Yes, fair enough, for sure. Yeah, I'm like worried of, I get worried of saying my own opinion too, that it's like I don't at all want to, I'm not trying to change your mind at all. Not saying that you were saying that, but it's gotta, yeah, it's, I think if something's helping you or anyone, it's like, I'm all for just like keep doing that thing that's like working for you and helping you. I don't want to like influence people. I don't want to, I've been talking about like not wanting to be an influencer. It's weird how, okay, we came to that because like YouTube, yeah, it's just interesting. It's called, they call it an influencer. I want to be on YouTube and just sharing what I think and stuff, but I do not want to like be influencing. I don't want people to just be doing things because of what I think. Like, I don't want anyone to ever hold more value of like someone else's perspective than their own in a way. I very much have done that for a while. And then I started listening to someone, her name's Jessa Reed, and she's all for like using your own discernment, because I would just find out new things, you know, and a lot of it's helpful. Like Wim Hof, if you know him, he does the breathing and the cold showers, and I'd be like, I have to do the Wim Hof method. I have to do the Wim Hof, like that's the way, and it's always going to be helpful, and it's always going to be the best thing to do. But I had done it, and I was making myself do it, and then I realized like other types of breath work it just started to actually be not comfortable, and other types of breath work worked better for me, but I kept trying to make myself do the thing that these other people were saying to do. And he's not like, everyone has to do it my way, and if it doesn't feel good to you, then don't do it. Like, he's not like forcing people to do his method. But in this world with like our also celebrity culture in a way, it's like people being idolized and then them being so influential, like how they say, it's like, where is the balance when they say someone who has like say some famous celebrity they have a big platform, and then people, it's like, you can't act this way or that way because you're influencing so many like, you know, young people. And I guess with children, they maybe don't have the ability to not be influenced by people older than them and adults, but it's like, yeah, there's people that just do things because people say, this is why I can't even with the politics. This is why I don't know, I'm just like, I don't know, I feel like in this world, a lot of us have, I don't know, people give their power over to the politicians, like, as if they have more power over, I don't know, them. I just think the whole political system is messed up, and everyone just, I don't know, keeps, like, having faith in the new person elected that they're going to, I don't know, I don't know why I started talking about this, or how to finish it. How does that even relate to the idolizing thing? Yeah, it's like giving maybe too much power away to... God, I didn't want to get into politics. I'll prefer someone to be a, president or prime minister or politician, but I'm also like, they're not saving anyone. Like, they're not... Yeah, anyways, we got into that whole thing. Very, like, numb. Yeah, okay, this is the low startle response that I was talking about, that it's prevalent in psychopaths and sociopaths. Like, numb, very heightened, like empath, hypersensitivity. Yeah, that's what I have. And then it's the people that can pass the lie detector tests that have the low startle. I think, does low startle response coincide with low empathy as well, or can you have, I think you can have one without the other. They didn't go through the same experience. Two people, two childhoods. Yeah, the two children being raised by the same parents didn't go through the same experience. Yeah, there are a lot of, would it be called, constructs? Like, there's a lot of different factors in their life that it can't, yeah, you can't just say it's genetics. We don't really know for sure, because even though they were raised by the same parents, the one kid, maybe one of the kids was bullied, and then they're more sensitive because they had that experience, and the other, I do feel like your early experiences, different chemicals going through your brain can maybe shape your brain for later. And can that ever reverse? Also, I've heard about, this was talked about in this book, what was it called? It was a book by Gabor Mate. The Myth of Normal, I think it was called. It was talking about women and is stressed, and the different hormones or stress, or so, like, the affecting the child. Like, I don't know, what was it saying? That, I don't know, maybe if a woman's like pregnant and she's extremely really stressed and stuff and anxious, then the child sort of like gets too much of those chemicals, and then they're also anxious. I don't know, something like that. A lot of the famous boxers came from drug abuse backgrounds. Very healing. It's definitely, yeah, an outlet. I want to get a heavy bag for the basement. I used to do kickboxing classes. Different things help different people, or similar things. Yes. Hitting a punching bag rewires pathways. If it works, great. If not, something else. Calms the mind. Yeah, the hitting the punch bag. It makes me think of this. I gotta find the guy's name. There's this therapist on YouTube that uses physical stuff for trauma therapy, like hitting a thing, right? Let me just find out. So he has this video. His name's David Sutcliffe. This video, it's called Blair White Gets Vulnerable. I think people don't want. I love Blair White. So she does a therapy session, and then he gets her to hit.
It's there for a reason. Are you with any?
You can't see it, but
Yeah,
I just want to. Okay, you can't really.
Uh-huh.
She's like hitting
Okay.
a cushion thing.
What happens?
I wanted to get what he has for the therapy, and it's really hard to find. He's got like a bat, a padded bat, and then a foam mat or something, and he wanted her to, she has trauma having to do with her father, and so he was getting her to, is just like sort of involving that, and to say, they kind of maybe got to the root of the thing, like she didn't feel protected, or she wasn't protected as a child, and so, what did he get her to say?
Stop. Just let out a sound. Don't stop. Just keep hitting. Uh-huh. Stop. Yeah, just let out a sound. Just trying to make it do it.
Oh, she was saying, leave me alone, I believe it was. Yeah, it's like the physical stuff, the hitting the things and all that. I think it, and paired with kind of like thinking about the situation, or like your body being back in that past experience, it can, I think, release trauma from the body, because at the time, I think why the trauma gets trapped, it's like at the time, okay, so this is what it is. You're in your flight response at the time, and you don't, to survive all the times, so you do like a trauma response to survive, fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. And then if you don't release that energy, like you do what you needed to do to survive. So a lot of, oh, sorry, it's distracting. My phone's, were you looking at my phone? I should probably see what it is. If you get through that stressful situation and you were in that trauma response thing, so it's like you just did whatever you could to survive. So I don't know, the best way I can think of explaining it is like fawn response. So fawn response is just like being really, really agreeable, and you shut off like your brain. From my understanding, your brain shuts off, your brain's offline. It's like, in a way, you just go, you're on autopilot, and you're like you're going through the motions. So it's like if someone got kidnapped, a very common, it's like, I definitely would not be fighting if it was like a low likelihood that I was gonna win the flight. I would be fawning. I would be just doing whatever the kidnapper said. I'd be trying to be compliant or something like that. So it's like the rest of your body, I think, or consciousness in a way, maybe shuts off, and you're just like in this fawning, you're just doing whatever, like all your own, your own emotions and feelings about the whole situation don't matter, kind of, and shut off, and you just do whatever the heck you need to do to survive, even though it's like these guys are assholes and they're kidnapping me, and like, God, I don't want to get dark, but it's like trigger warning, certain abuse situations, like say, trigger warning, we're gonna talk about abuse or sexual abuse, like very generally, but the freeze response, I think, is like common in that type of situation. And then people don't understand too, like, why didn't you stop it? And from my understanding, they're in a freeze response, and it's, for females, it's very dangerous to probably like get angry or have emotions, or like, it's the body takes over, right? And they maybe can't even be like, stop, whatever, and like fight and do that. It's like their body, they just go freeze. And so I think when the trauma gets stuck and trapped, it's like after that, after you get out of that situation, you have like this, because you shut off your own actual emotions or feelings or something, it's like that needs to be processed at some time after, or you stay stuck in that thing. I think, if that makes any sense. That was such a long way of saying it, but I think of bad stuff and strike the bag. Yeah, dude, I think that heals I wanted to hit something the other day. Like I wanted to get that the thing that the therapist had, because there was something about over the head swing, like an axe chop swing, and the shoulders, because when the stress and the trauma and stuff and the emotions get trapped, we carry them also in parts of our body. So it's like I have a shoulder thing, my left shoulder. When I'm stressed, I'm quite aware of it now. Like this one shoulder goes up, or there's like a turn. There's a trying to protect my organs, it must be. And it's like it goes up and it turns over like this. And I try to not do that because it starts to create like issues in my shoulders. And yeah, anyways, that's like a stuckness of something in my body, I think. So I want to do some shoulder freaking, I don't know what the thing is that I need to do to release that. Maybe I just need to like dislocate my shoulder and then put it out. Okay, let's not do that. I got a round water bag. Oh, like a water bag that you use. Oh no, it's like it's a heavy bag but made of water. What are you gonna rant about this time? I don't know. We're already been ranting for a while. It's been a while. I won't trauma drop here, LOL. I get what you mean though. If you want to trauma drop and you feel comfortable and that's what you want to do, it's totally cool here. But then I'm like worried about other people getting attacked in the chat or something, or people saying rude, mean things if someone were to share something. So, but yeah, I'm always like oversharing in that. So it's never to me like a dump. It's never when someone like, I don't know what else to talk about but trauma. So just know if anyone wants to trauma dump, you are welcome. But yeah, for me, it wouldn't have been healthy if I was like too ashamed or something of my trauma stuff. If like I share my stuff because I don't have shame about it, it could just like, it would probably fuck me up if I had certain shames about if other people were saying things and trying to shame me in ways about the trauma thing. It would like affect me negatively, I think, and maybe not be the healthiest for me to like be constantly trauma dumping on the internet. But it's like, dude, I've been unashamed about I guess it's just like the mental illness thing, or the like, I didn't give a fuck. Like if people were wanting to, I don't know, for some purpose of helping someone out with mental health or something, and they wanted to like mention that I deal with stuff or whatever, and like they want to be nice and ask my permission to talk about that, but I'd be like, oh, I don't give a fuck. Like everyone can know that I've been to the psych ward. I don't, why would I be ashamed? To me, it's just so silly if people were to try to like, I don't know, insult someone over that. It's like, it's just so ick. Yeah, so I'm lucky that I don't have that shame about it. It's just sometimes it's like that stuff is, for me, it's this like, okay, I'm gonna go on this little tangent now, because this is the thing that I deal with that causes the social anxiety stuff to be stressful. It's the actively being and experiencing the anxiety in front of other people, that like, and try and not keeping the trauma tucked away and shut off from my body. Like I fear being weird and stuff, or just like not trying to control acting normal in public. And I don't even, like, I work it up in my head probably to be a thing that people would be, I don't know, I just work it up in my head that it would be like such a, it's not going to be a good experience. It's not going to be like safe or emotionally safe, which has happened, which is true. It's like people sometimes get weird or they're uncomfortable if you're not hiding your anxiety. I feel like if you just say it or you're honest and you're not just like trying to pretend, and it's just like, yeah, you know what, actually, it depends on the people. It's like I did it at the gym the other day with my also like neurodivergent gym friend that I met at the gym, that well, acquaintance or whatever. And she was totally understanding because she was just like, how are you doing? And I was like, honestly, like anxious. I've just been real anxious. Like I knew I could just say that and be, it was still though uncomfortable to just like do and have it be known and out there in a way. There's people that will be silly, or maybe I just haven't tested the waters for so many years, but there's people that it's like, oh, well, don't be scared, or what are you being anxious for? I don't, they get like, they tell you like, don't be that, or oh, you make them uncomfortable that you're just not calm like them. And that's where I don't relate to a lot of people, because I'm probably wrong though. I'll be like, everyone else is so calm. Like there's probably half of them that aren't, but in my head still, it's like, wow, everyone just is doing this and I'm on the verge of panic, attacky-ness feelings, and it, like, I'm not feeling safe emotionally at all. Like, I know it's safe and it's fine. Like, it's my family, like, these are people, like, I know these people, but I'll be, it's kind of an annoying thing to feel. But yeah, anyways. What are you gonna, okay. I need to stop listening to drill music too, LOL. What's drill music? Like drills? Like doing, I'm just for some reason thinking of like the military, like doing drills for the military, like boot camp. Like, I'm like, that would make me anxious. I don't think that's what you're talking about. I don't think that's a thing. Like specific, just music where they're shouting at you, like, give me 10, like, doom, 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 doom. Okay. That was random. I kind of get what you mean, though. We are just random people on the internet. What was I meaning? Oh, okay. Was that, me trauma dumping all over the internet? I'm like, what did I mean? I said a trillion things in the last couple minutes. So what one was it? Star has anxiety about having anxiety. Damn, like Inception, dude. That is the best way to sum it up. It's like, yeah, I've talked about my never-ending thought cycle thing, where it's like I feel guilty about something, and then I feel guilty that I feel guilty about the thing, and then it never ends, dude. It never, because then that's such a big one for me, is like I'll feel like I'm bothering someone by having the way that I get stressed about things that I can't help. Then because I'm like that, then I feel that's another trigger, because then I feel like an imposition or bad that I'm that way and I'm annoying people by being stressed about. And yeah, it never ends, because then I'm like stressed about that I'm stressed about the thing. Yeah, it confuses my brain just to think about. Everyone has shit. This thought made me uncomfortable in my skin. So yeah, I get it. Yep. Everyone has the shit's going on. They do. I had social anxiety for years, also feared being weird all in my head to the point of being paralyzed. One day prayed to Jesus about it. Now I don't even remember. How is it that easy? I don't remember. I was anxious about it. LOL. I love that for Joseph. Joseph Stalin. And then it's a, is that Stalin in the Joseph Stalin? That's a great pun. Some people just cover it up, so it's weird that you don't. To them, I'm fine stuff, basically. I know, yes, purple one. That's the thing is people, yes, okay. But that's the thing. So for me now, I call that masking when I'm trying to hide the anxiety, but that has kept me fucked up. Like I've realized I just like continue to trap it's like every time I do that, I like go into it's a fawn response thing. So I act inauthentically, like my authentic self. It sucks because I'm a lot of times not a fan of my experiencing anxiety authentic self. Like to get to the calmness, to get to the calm, confident energy, I first have to accept the anxiety. Like I try to skip over that and just act like everything's fine while continuing, while like freaking out the whole time and not, you know, being my, throughout high school I just pretended to be my authentic me when I didn't, you know, get the full-blown social anxiety disorder. I was pretending to be Alyssa from before because people knew me as like social butterfly, very outgoing, very extroverted, always cracking jokes all the time. People knew me as that, and then it did seem like they didn't know what was going on when I was like depressed and was not just the normal calm me. But I wasn't calm anymore. Like I was fucked up. So to be actual authentic me when I get the anxiety and stuff, it's to like not it's to just like be centered with my body and take some deep breaths and just be more quiet and kind of inward and like, but when I skip over that, it's like it's like not healthy. It just feels not healthy, especially at this point. It's like, and after I do that, after I go on an outing and I like do that and I was never able to calm down because I just like performed or whatever, then I feel worse, especially after. I feel like a part of my soul was, I don't know, I feel like just a shell of myself sometimes. I don't mean to get all Debbie Downer, if that's what this is giving, but I've been having way better experiences because I have been able to regulate my nervous system without announcing it either. Like I get in my head about that I have to act a certain way, and then I'll think too that I have to like let people know what's going on with me if I'm acting maybe more reserved or more in my anxious thing. I don't know. I'll feel like it's one or the other. I either have to disclose it or something so people are okay with me. It's like, it's just I have that fear too of like being rude or acting distant or maybe cold. Also, I will just blank mid-combo, mid-sentence, like when someone's talking to me, I'll get a trigger then. They might say something, and my brain's so quick, guys, that it helped me to get through the emotional abuse. So it had to think 10,000 steps fucking ahead of everything. But someone will be talking about me, and there'll be something they've said that triggers something in me. It's like a concept or a word or something, and then I automatically start like making it about me in a way or something. Or no, it's easier to explain this when I'm talking. So I'll be talking, and this will be happening throughout the lives too. And I try to like, to put it out there, because I don't know who else is like doing this. Like I'm sure there's people, but to put it out there in live action so people can, I don't know, to help other people who are like me, or to help other people maybe understand what it's like. I will say out loud the trigger thing. I'll be like, oh, now I'm over explaining because I'm worried that you guys are judging me, that whatever it is, like I'll be talking and then my brain is like judging something I've said in the perspective of other people, maybe thinking that it always is usually a moral thing, that I'm a bad person in some way. Whether that's just like, it could be mild things too, just that I'm like annoying. Why is being annoying even a bad person thing? I don't know, my brain's like that, where it thinks that. It'll be like, oh, they think I don't know. I'd have to like have an example that I don't have right now, but I'll be explaining a situation and then I'll think, oh, people think I'm this thing. I'll just like start over explaining stuff based on people. My brain's either assumed that they are thinking that, or it's just like all potential, I'm trying to cover all my bases. Like that's what you do when you're trying to please a narcissistic type of a person. When you feel like you have to prove you're worthy or something like that, you're like covering all your bases. It's like, oh, well, no, I did that because, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't really mean to do, like, you're judging yourself that it's like a bad person thing to have, I don't know, done this mild thing. Like, I don't know. I'll just like, it'll go off the rails, folks. It'll go off the rails. Drill music is a form of hip hop originating from the Chicago, NYC, UK scene. It sounds cool. Some people, as I go through my days, I realize more that everyone is a bit weird. And that is a comforting thought, yes. Even the most normal person, you know. Yeah, everyone's friggin' like, a guy that I really like watching is, his name's Julian himself. Julian himself on YouTube, and he talks a lot about the stuff, social anxiety. Like, he's saying everyone's trying to keep it together and act cool, and I believe the people that are all uncomfortable or trying to criticize people that are being vulnerable and being themselves, or like letting they're just being their authentic self and not trying to just be accepted and loved. And then when people are super critical of them for doing that, and it's just like unnecessary, just negative, petty shit, it's usually because they themselves feel like they can't be that, and they are, or they believe, they've been conditioned to believe that that's like not something you do. Like, you should put on a show or whatever. I think like the boomer era and before that was about appearances, and it was very much it was more of a status thing way back when. There was these like, appear like you're perfect, but everyone was dealing with shit. Like, everyone had shit, but everyone was just trying to like look the most perfect. And that's what, you know, Instagram is, the Instagram versus reality stuff. Instagram just became the new version of like having the perfect white picket fence and perfectly trimmed lawn or something like that. Like, some people do that and that's good for them, and that's like, I'm not hating on those people, but Instagram was like the Instagram models that, you know, it's like everything's always perfect, and it's not the truth. But then I feel like there became an era of showing your authentic self. Like, oh God, the women doing the no makeup thing, looking snatched as fuck. Like, I can't, like, me, no makeup. Like, oh. And it's like, maybe they aren't wearing no makeup and they just, it's like, that is a thing. Okay, it's different doing that when you have no pimples or discolor, like when you look snatched AF, and you're like, like, that was not about the being authentic thing and like bearing it all. When it's someone who looks absolutely snatched, I feel like they aren't really doing it for those purposes, but each to their own. So okay, let's catch up here. Thanks for everyone dealing with my really long rambling. Exactly 100. Be present in the moment, then move forward. Yeah, if you cover and bury it, it's worse. 100% yes. I just wanted to make note that I'm like, my nervous system, like at the start of this was like, how do I describe that? It was like, and now I'm more calm. Like I've worked with the energy, and it's not that the chaotic one is like a bad person thing. Like we got to remember that, but I'm just making note that I have been able to regulate my nervous system during the live, because it's the exposure therapy of it all. If I were to leave the live still being really anxious-y and worried and not able to like calm down during it and that, then that's, you're not supposed to like leave the exposure event. You're supposed to go do the stressful thing, expose yourself, and then calm down in it. Like wait till your body calms down, and then you learn that it's safe and it's okay. It's okay. No one's gonna die here. Words can't hurt me. It's amazing. It's amazing feat to recognize your triggers. What my doctor says. LOL. But seriously, knowing is hearing. It sounds like you got a cool doctor. And knowing is healing. Yes, knowledge is power. So, yeah, I'm happy for us knowing, just knowing that knowledge is power is knowledge. That is power. So, there we go. Majority of the time, people don't take much mind to what we happen to overthink. Yeah. So it takes much mind to what we happen to overthink. Yes. Okay. I want to make a comment about the. Yeah. So for me, it's not okay. Because I think some people, they'll think me analyzing it a lot, and it can get chaotic, I think, but there's a difference for me because I got like the OCD thing, and there's like rumination. There's just like straight up rumination. And then there's me figuring it all out and analyzing it. And that is what works for me. And then some people think that that's like unhealthy overthinking. Or it's like, oh, you just think too much or whatever. And it's like, for them, I probably think too much. Like other people are not, they process differently. For me, it can help to like completely understand the things and the concepts and do a lot of thinking. And then once I have that knowledge, it's like, oh, now we know. Now this makes sense. And now I can not ruminate or something when the thing happens. But like, I have to figure out why I'm ruminating. I do sometimes have to figure out what, because I'll try not to, and then it just keeps happening. So I do have to figure that shit out. And other people, a lot of the time, like non-neurodivergent people or whatever, they don't get it. They just think too much. And I get it. Like I'm a lot. But I could say to the like more neurotypicals, I could be like, well, you're not enough. But they're just the right amount of them that we need. We need both types of people in this world. I do feel like the world has been neurodivergent people. I say neurodivergent too because I feel for me that's very much a thing, and like goes hand in hand with my thinking and a lot of thinking and anxiety, being prone to anxiety and stuff. So it's like I feel like we're gaining so much more understanding of neurodivergent people though, which is really awesome and good, because the things that work for neurotypical people and in the recommendations like maybe are the wrong thing for the neurodivergent people. And so treatments for the stuff, the neuroticisms, the anxiety, depression stuff, it's like for neurotypical people, I think they probably need different friggin' methods or protocols. Like I do have to freaking understand. I just want to know everything all the time. I have to stop myself from Googling everything all day. Like too much time was being spent on the Google and asking it, majority of the time, okay, walking on eggshells from narcissistic shadows from the past, but when you get it, you can pause. Yes, the pause. it makes me think of, I'm not on medication now, but I did try out the ADHD medication for a certain amount of time, and I do think it propelled me into a different level of growth because it gave me that pause that you're talking about. Like, I was less reactive, but then the medication, like, it served its purpose, and then it stopped working in that same way. Like, I gained that new skill to pause. Because, but yeah, the knowledge in of itself, the pause, when you know you're about to partake in what is called the gaslight tango, from a book I read called The Gaslight Effect. Can't remember the author. The gaslight tango, like, to be gaslit by, not all people who aren't narcissists gaslight too, but we're like on the topic of the narcissistic stuff. But like, if you, gaslighting is, you don't have to, someone can try to gaslight you and you cannot partake in the gaslight tango. Like, you can pause and be like, oh shit, like, this person's trying to emotionally manipulate me now. What is it? What's the acronym? Like, don't defend, don't whatever. What does Dr. Ramani say? She's like the narcissist expert. Narcissist protocol. Don't defend. It's like, don't explain, don't defend, don't whatever. Don't. What's the acronym? I just want the acronym. I don't know the acronym. But there's a technique. There's something called stonewalling as well. Like, you stop being reactive to their thing. In your head, you can go, Sean is so handsome. Yes, he is. Did you hear that? Peace be with you all. Stay healthy. Did they mean to do the middle finger emoji? Is that the middle finger emoji? Maybe that's an accident, or maybe that's just like a fun little cheeky thing. What you said is so true. One thing I do remember is feeling unauthentic, like I was watching a movie of my fake self, but after praying, a whole process started that made me feel authentic again. Yeah, my version of praying is meditation, and that's like getting me back in touch with my authentic self. So I've been listening to a lot of Eckhart Tolle, and I really like it. It's really brave, actually, what you're doing. Put yourself out there. Oh my God, you're so nice. Like, that really boosts me up. Really brave, actually, what you're doing. Put yourself out there with the thought it might help someone. Yeah, for me, it's like, what I'm doing, I guess, what I feel like I'm doing or trying to do is something that I would want or would have wanted, especially in like my darkest time, to have access to. I did listen to, so a lot of like OCD stuff helps. So YouTubers talking about OCD, like someone talked about, so they had OCD themselves and then they had a YouTube channel talking about it, but I didn't as much see, I have seen some stuff of people filming themselves having a panic attack, but I hadn't really seen, for my specific flavor of neuroticism, it's like, I guess I'm just trying to do and show what I feel would be helpful for people going through it. And there are a lot of people and YouTubers that have really helped me talking about stuff. So I guess I am trying to go a step further with, like, for me, just a big thing about it is the shame and the hiding, and I can't show this. Like, people can talk about it, you know, and explain things, and they can be like, I was this way and I, you know, I'm not that way anymore. I want to show my whole journey of, and be like, oh, I'm people pleasing right now, you know, or oh, I'm feeling bad. Oh, my nervous system's like, oh, I'm over explaining right now in this moment. Like, I'm trying to do that, you know, live action version of it. Because, and I feel like me not being ashamed about it and putting that out there is helpful for other people to just, yeah, not feel alone and not feel ashamed, because I'm actively like doing the thing that maybe people feel like they shouldn't do or can't do or aren't, or, you know, like, yeah, I don't know. It just hits different, and it's easier to do this than in real life. There's different ways that I'm more open and I bring up mental health, and it actually goes quite well. Like in my real life, like there's people that maybe in the past I wouldn't have had as in-depth conversations that I do now. I do think societally there's a lot more info out there in education, and it's like people, the average person is being like aware of these general concepts like nervous system stuff, you know? But back in the day, they would just say, what would they call it? Well, first of all, they would if you first of all, back in the day, guys, I'm so lucky. I am so grateful to be born when I was born, because was it the 1800s when were they drilling holes into people's skulls to release the evil spirits, the mentally ill? When were they doing that? Because I am so grateful to not have been, maybe in a past life I was. Maybe that's why I have so much shame, because it's like in my past life, I was one of the, like if we retrieved my skull from my past life, it would have like a million holes in it. It would be like, this bitch has got a lot of evil spirits in her brain that need to be released. Taking time to process things can be healthy as long as you don't stay too long on the topic for way too long. Everyone should take a step back and self-evaluate. That's what motivates us to improve. Yeah. Yes, there can be like, yeah, there can be just like it's like venting. For me, I realize this. Venting's not always healthy or helpful and can be detrimental, because it's like, it's not processing it. But venting can be healthy, like sharing it a few times maybe. But then again, I recently saw a video with my fave lady, Dr. Ramani, on YouTube, who's like the YouTube expert, or the narcissist expert. She was talking about patients who have gone through narcissistic abuse, and she was talking about them telling the same stories over and over again. But each time, she was maybe talking about someone who was actively in a relationship still with a narcissist or something like that, maybe. Or they could have been out of it, but it was like each time they told the story, it was kind of different. Like they were coming out of the brainwashing each time they told it. So it retelling the things, maybe that was a bit different than venting. Maybe it was just them like saying again, oh, this thing like happened, but then they had a different level of understanding, it seemed, each time they'd done it. And she's like, I just listened, I just let them, for that circumstance it seemed helpful. But yeah, it can be like not good, it can be really helpful, it can be really not helpful. Like everything I feel like has a time and a place, and not for everyone. But I used to think everyone could benefit from cold showers. And then my friend said she has this condition thing where she gets maybe low blood pressure or something like that. Like it's actually dangerous for some people. Like, well, they do say breath work. It's like something that could just heal someone, insanely heal someone, could kill another person. Like that's kind of sketch, dude. That's kind of trippy. It's like how you need water to live, but you can also die from ingesting too much water. Like your electrolytes get too low, and you just, yeah, if you were being tortured and someone, is it called waterboarded or something? Like you die, too much of a good thing, you know? So, if you can see it, you now have a superpower. Just disengage. Yes. Yeah, when you see the patterns, it's great that you pray. Meditation, prayer help lots. I don't technically pray. I used to, but only when I needed something, when I was like raised Christian. Like I'm not religious anymore. So I have prayed in my later life when I'm having a really bad IBS reaction and I don't know what else to do because it's just like so painful. And I'm like, I'm at the mercy of this pain. I'm like, please, Jesus, like help. Other than that, I guess for me, the praying or the meditation is like my form of praying, and I'm trying to connect more, or I need to connect more, I think, with nature and the universe and appreciation of it, and I think that would be a form of prayer for me. Brave journey you're on. Amazing. Thank you. Purple One just pumping me up today, just saying all the nice things. Modern science as a toddler. Yeah. In terms of discovery, but progressing. Yeah. It gets so far behind too, where it's like these people over here will be figuring some shit out that you'll discover on the internet. Like you'll find those people that are like, that's what maybe meditation initially was. The people found out about the meditation way before like, the mainstream caught on to it. It's kind of fun. I get a little kick out of, it's really sad though that the info and stuff isn't more widespread available or as accessible. I guess you can just, with the beauty of the internet and AI, you can go research on your own though, so we have access. But I get a little kick out of like discovering almost a new little thing that other people aren't. My kick though, I just immediately have to share it with everyone. Like I texted my one friend about the female hormones discovery, Dr. Mindy Pels, that talks about learning your menstrual cycle as a female, and like every freaking week is different things maybe to do, different things to eat. Not every week, okay. There's 1 week where you're supposed to actually, it's better to have carbs and like progesterone building foods because your progesterone drops before you get your period. Okay, it's a whole thing. Anyways, it's like when I do just like get excited where it's cool discovering the thing. I like feeling there's just always something I can probably maybe figure out or get to the bottom of in some way. It's really scary and sad, I think, when their doctor is like, there's sort of nothing we can do. There's just, can't do anything or something. Or you were just offered this one option in a way. So yeah, for me, it's like, I'm just so glad that I personally I just did what felt right to me, and I didn't listen to the psychiatrist's recommendation of putting me on more pills. Okay, it's starting to disconnect. I actually should probably go pee and then, holy, it's already 5:41. I should probably eat actually some food, and then, yeah, so I'm going to make a promise to myself that in like the next 5 minutes, I am going to end the live stream and actually stick to that, because I just get distracted. When I'm going to end it, I get distracted, and then I go on another whole tangent, and then I never end the live. So venting is like exposure therapy too, like shitting on an ex with friends. LOL. It can be cathartic is what I've heard people say. Like, I don't even know what the word cathartic, okay, I would know what it means. This is like what I do all day, is like I define words that I actually already know, but I want to know what Google says exactly. I don't know if it's like a perfectionist thing. I don't know, this could be like an OCD thing. Cathartic just doesn't mean like it's very it's like a release of, it's psychological relief. Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was what I meant, that word. You know, when you know a word, but you've never actually looked up the definition, and you hear other people say it for certain things at certain times, and you're like, oh, so I'm going to say it now, and I think that's what it means, but then you have to look it up. I didn't even talk about the fearful avoidant attachment style, and I put that in the title. Okay, I lied. I'm not going to leave in the next 5 minutes. Okay, this is never going to end, but I do just want to just like at least briefly say the little things I wanted to say about the fearful avoidant attachment style. This doesn't have to take very long, but just the sheer fact that I put it in the title, the like OCD perfectionistic part of me that wants things to like be exact, like what it, I don't know what that's called, but it just doesn't, it just bothers me. I guess I could change the title. It's like, it bothers me if I don't actually talk about the thing that I put in the title. So let's just catch up with some comments and then we will maybe get into the fearful avoidant stuff. Wishing nothing but the best for you, rest of 2025. I really enjoyed your genuineness for the stream. Bye. Oh my god, thank you. And then it's like, JK, I guess I'm not leaving, but I also don't want to keep people hostage here too. And it's like, am I like fucking around with people by how many times am I, because I think I already said earlier, yeah, I already said I was gonna go and then I didn't. I do this all the time. Am I playing with people's emotions when I do that? I'm not trying to. Also, I don't think people are like me making it a serious thing, like, oh, I'm playing with people's emotions by being like, oh, I'm gonna leave, and I'm not, like, me seeing everyone else through a fear of abandonment when that's me, like me projecting onto everyone all the time. Appreciate the way you discuss things, Sean. Wait. I appreciate the way you discuss things, Sean. You balance being specific and subjective efforts and go from personal experience to broad perspective effortlessly. Wait, is there someone in the chat named Sean? Sean's my partner. Are you... Am I on the wrong account? Imagine if I was, like, not live streaming on my own. Oh, sorry. I'm testing. Oh, just someone called me Sean, so I got confused. Maybe they got confused because I talk about you and then they thought my name was Sean. And then, I don't know.
It's someone who knows.
Okay, I'm on my account. I did the test and it says Alyssa being me.
Probably one of my fans.
I'm not anxious anymore, but the way you talk about things reminds me of how my mind used to raise LOL. Yeah, it's an anxious way of talking. It's also, it's just like hard to give up on thoughts and ideas. I don't have to, but like when I want to Google something or know, I just have a hard time tuning out what's maybe not necessary and can waste time. Like, it's hard to pick and choose. It's like all there a lot of time. Yeah, I do have a very busy mind. I have been able to meditate though, and I know what it's like to not have the constant busyness. But then if I don't keep up a practice of meditation, I can get back into like constant thought as a habit too. Yeah, it's just, I mix it up with my personality. I'll feel like so bare without, it's like so much and like blah, 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 blah. And then when I think of just like, Alyssa, just shut up for a sec. Just don't say anything. I feel naked. It's like a protective mechanism. Fearful avoidance. LMAO, OMG, I'm typing LOL. We think alike, so refreshing. You're not fucking around, people. We're on your live because we want to be here. Oh my god, thank you. Okay. I was talking about you, Alyssa, by the way, like the way you talk and listen to you. Okay, thanks. So the fearful avoidant. Okay. I'm seeing so attachment styles. I'm seeing my attachment style through my relationship with my YouTube channel. Attachment styles are usually about attachments to people, like in relationships, with a romantic partner or with a parent or something. Usually attachment styles are talked about in a like romantic relationship, in that, or children, like as an adult, you take some, like a lot of people like me take on a, what's it called, insecure attachment style because of what happened in maybe childhood. But then they can all, I think you can also develop an insecure attachment style from a not so good relationship. I think it's like you can be secure and then you can be in a relationship with an avoidant attachment style person. And then it can maybe cause you to be a bit more anxiously attached. So should I just like break down the different ones just to give a basic thing of the things? So, okay. A recent discovery is I thought I was anxious attached, but I think I'm fearful avoidant for sure. But like I think there's periods in my life where I was very much just anxious attached. Just like wanting attention and being clingy in that, and like just only having the anxiously attached behaviors. Also, Sean, my partner, has had, I think he's fearful avoidant, but he leans more avoidant. Like we've had dynamics where he will take more of an avoidant-y thing and I've been anxious attached. Like fear, okay, this might make no sense because you haven't explained the thing. Fearful avoidant is like a mix of the two attachment styles. So let's just break it down a bit. Okay, dismissive, or there's dismissive avoidant. Okay, avoidant, like basic avoidant attachment style, the main one. It's called dismissive avoidant, or maybe like avoidant. And were you anxious when you were younger? Yes, I was always anxious, I think. Like in general, or anxiously attached attachment style. I was deathly afraid of lightning as a kid. I had different phobias. I still have. It's like an OCD phobia thing. So anyways, okay. Should I just get the Google to do it for me? Because that would be way more concise and understandable. So explain, or I guess we're getting the AI to do the summary. Wait, yeah, I'm gonna actually go to ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Okay. Help. Please give a breakdown of the different attachment styles. Anxious attached. Oh yeah, okay, this is where I think, yes, I was anxious attached. Yes, okay, as a kid, anxious attached. So, because I don't know if this is normal kid behavior, okay? I don't really fully know, but this situation to me is like giving anxiously attached child. So my dad had a job where he worked night shift and it was a little bit out of town and he'd work these like long shifts, but I think he was still back every day. I don't think he would like be working. More recently he had like a camp job where he would go away for like, he was on for 2 weeks, off for 2 weeks. This job was not like that at all. He worked at a juvie, but the juvie was like an hour out of the city we lived in. And he would do maybe like a night shift. Maybe he did 12-hour shifts or something. But when he was gone, so I would still see him every day. I'm pretty sure I would see him every day. But maybe like maybe I had to go to bed early and then he worked day shift. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I still saw him every day, but it's like, I swear, I get pretty triggered over like minimal amount too of him not being around, like him working. I just remember my mom being like, he was working, but I was like freaking the fuck out. It was so dramatic. I was like crying and crying. I was like, I miss dad, whatever. And I remember holding a picture or something of him, of the family, or me and him. I remember like holding a picture, like acting like he died or something, acting like he was gone forever when he was just at work and he was coming back. But I just like couldn't deal with maybe that amount of separation or whatever. And my mom was home. I wasn't alone with no immediate caregiver. Like I wasn't with a babysitter or something. So to me, that's sort of giving anxious attached. And okay, let's go back to the chat. So I think as a child, yeah, I definitely don't relate to any avoidance behaviors as a child. I was always with my mom, especially, I was like always trying to get attention. I didn't do the like avoidance thing. It's like when she was ready to deal with me, I was immediately like, oh yeah, like I would be the person asking a million times to hang out or spend time or do a thing, and the person could just like reject me over and over and over, but I would keep asking. So I don't think I had any avoidant behaviors early on in life, but I think that changed a lot later, and I will explain after I read some comments. Alyssa, it's literally your channel. Do whatever you feel like you need. Thank you, Joseph. You want me to do AI, Google, Pokemon cards, whatever. LMAO, don't forget we like you. That's why we're here. I know, I forget that I'm allowed to do. Guys, it's so sad. Sometimes I have a moment in my life, like off the lives, before I even started doing lives, I would have these moments, like I would just be living in a state, I think, like a low level. I wouldn't even realize I was living this way, that like something's wrong or I just remember being like, I'm allowed to have fun. Like I didn't feel like an adult. I felt like I had, I don't know, just even when I had free time, I felt like I couldn't, or I had obligations. It's just, and then I'm like, whoa, I'm allowed to have fun. Or it'll just be like this thing in me that has a hard time enjoying free time that I deserve to, like, yeah, ruin the whole thing. But yeah, so even on my channel especially, like, we're here for the journey, folks. It's a belief fucking brain that it's like so not freeing when you don't even realize you have the belief or the ability to not do the thing. That is, okay, the extreme of it is a survivor of abuse, or a person actively in an abusive situation, say, that doesn't, it's like, fucking leave, dude. Like, why don't you just leave? Like, why is she with this guy that is very mean, or, you know, it's the emotional manipulation where the person, like, their brain, I think, doesn't even think of that as an option. It's ingrained that they can't ever leave. It's making me think of the Menendez brothers situation. I watched the documentary, and they said, this is their account of what happened and went down and why they did what they did. If you know the Menendez situation, they like unalived their parents. But there was like apparently all this like abuse, like horrific stuff. And the dad had said to the one kid, at least the one kid, like, I'll kill you. Like, I'm killing you if you ever tell anyone about the abuse, I think it was. Or like the kid believed that he would kill him, and they believed they could never get away. Because that situation too was interesting, because they were adults when the thing went down. The Menendez brothers were like, they might have been 20 and 21, so they weren't even like minors, they weren't even children. And people would be like, you're an adult, you're free. Also, their dad was a very rich, powerful man that the way they talked about it was like they believed that he would find them and not let them get away. Like, the emotional manipulation can be so intense, folks. Same as my younger self, now very avoidant, weird evolution. I forced my self-care too, but I forced it like medicine. Force the self-care. That's a good way of putting it. Just like, you're not allowed to not do self-care, Alyssa. Like, I have to make it, I think I have to do it that way, where it's like I really need to flip the narrative and make the other thing silly. It's like, why wouldn't you do self-care? Like, that's just not, I think that's what helps me, is to be like, yeah, it's yeah, it just gets so, it's like you snap out of it. You're under a spell when you forget. You're like, I'm allowed to have fun, but yeah, or feel okay. Like, I'm okay. Like, I'm not doing something bad right now. It's just, I will feel like I'm doing something. It'll just be that feeling sometimes, and it's like hard to snap out of. You forget that it's just so norm. It's so norm. By the way, you were right. My PFP is a photo. Oh, profile. You guys with your cool little acronyms, I don't even know what PFP means. Profile photo? Profile photo, okay. Is a photo. Joseph Stalin, but with a sweet lower tape fade and AirPods. The AirPods. Oh my God. Years of abuse. Are we chill? We chill. We chill. We chillin'. Styling. You're welcome. If I don't make myself, I could make myself feel guilty and not do it. If I don't make myself, for the self-care, if you don't make yourself do the self-care, I could make myself feel guilty and not do it. Yeah, you have, yeah. I want to, this is what, if I just have a predisposition to feeling a lot of guilt, I want to feel guilt about not doing self-care. That's what I want to feel guilty about. It's like, maybe I just need to shift what thing is the thing I feel the guilt for. This is actually helpful. I think it, yeah, that would be awesome if I felt guilty for not doing so. But then what if I just like never did anything? What if I never did anything? 100. So anyways, okay, the fearful avoidant. So I think we've established as a child, it seems I was pretty just straight up anxious attached style. Is it called anxious preoccupied? Whatever. And then, okay. It seems like the social anxiety has caused me a lot more of fearful avoidant because I fear being like rejected in a way. It just, I worry I'm gonna like fuck it up. And so when someone's being oh God, I'm just so scared of making friends. Like, because this can't just be anxious attached anymore, I feel, because I was reading the stuff about fearful avoidant and then it was like making sense to me because I so crave the connection, but then I fear it. And it was like I act way different in my friendships than with Sean, my partner. And again, like Sean leans more avoidant. I think he's also a mix of fearful avoidant, but he can, like, with me, I go into like more anxious mode with him, and then he's more avoidant at times, kind of. But then when I'm not anxious and I'm more secure, then he goes like anxious attached, and then it like flips. But anyways, I like the fear of I will full on avoid. I will avoid. I just can't. Like I can't. Like I used to be a texter, like always keeping track of, oh, they didn't respond to me. Like I was very anxious attached with the texting. That has taken a hard shift. I am so stressed by the texting. It's such a relief when people don't answer me right away, when they take a while. But then it's like I have a friend that leans more avoidant, and then with her, I get more anxious again. But I'm way better with that, and I'm like, yeah, and we've kind of talked about it. And so with her, I can go into a bit of and she can be like real, just, she's not being avoidant to be avoidant. Like she's just, well, since I was a kid, since we were like back in the day in high school, she would just like disappear. And I was kind of maybe the closest person to her at the time, or closer, that people would be asking me like, yo, what's going on with, let's just call her Jenny. What's going on with Jenny? Now it's making me think of J-Lo and Jenny from the Block. Okay. Stacy. Okay. I have a cousin named Stacy. Okay. It's making me think. I can't just give out a name. Does anyone have a name? I just don't want to say my friend's real name. Like, it doesn't really matter, but I guess I just don't like talking about people on the internet when they don't know and saying their real names. Okay. Lola. I don't know anyone named Lola, so I'm going with Lola. I don't know if this thought needs to be finished. What was I saying? Lola. Oh, in high school, people would ask me, Lola would just like disappear. So she's leans way more avoidant. And then people would be asking me where she is, thinking I would know, that she would have told me. I'm like, I don't know. I'm in the same boat with all y'all. Like, I was close friends with her, but she would just disappear. So it's like, like with her, it's a specific, it's hard to know. It's like I have to sort of assess, is it like, am I being pretty anxious attached here? Or is this like a bit of a normal, normal response as to like, what's going on? Like, haven't heard from this person. I don't know. I'm so used to her stuff too. And there's been a lot of like, the way that I was fearful avoidant with Lola though, that clicked for me, is that online somewhere it was saying if you don't talk about the issues and stuff, and I'm not this just as with Lola. I've been this way, like, have I been that way my whole life, where I don't address things at all with friends, like that I'm insecure about or just wondering about or asking. Like, I just so scared to just be like, oh, hey, you know, next time if you could, like, it's just such a disconnect. I keep people at a distance that way. If I don't make my, okay, where are we? Happy New Year's, Gustavo. A bit of imposter syndrome, possibly. I don't deserve this. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, the self-care thing, making yourself, bit of imposter syndrome. Or are you talking about the attachment style thing? Imposter syndrome. I don't deserve this. Oh, the like being scared of the friends, of like making friends and stuff. Yeah, it's part of my identity. It's like, I don't know, it's so scary. It's just like freaks out my nervous system. And so that's where I can feel so lonely, because I want connection, but it triggers me. It triggers me. So then I have these like, I will have quite deep friendships where we talk about her stuff. Like, it's a different, it's almost masked itself as this like these very connected friendships in ways. It's masked itself in that because it's like so much mental health related and just like saying my shit. But the disconnect is like, with that person, there'll be things that if I just talked about openly, which I've started doing now with the Lola friend a couple times now. There was a recent one where I was just like, there was something about like setting up a phone call, and they were like, yeah, can you chat today or something? And then I was like, oh yeah, I can at this time, whatever. And then they just never responded at all. And my brain was just like anticipating this like call from them. And it's like, I don't want to keep, I don't know. It just like kept me hanging. I was like, is this happening? Is it not? And I had a hard time detaching. And also, if she did get back to me, it's not how I roll to not be there to respond. I guess, yeah, I don't know. I just can't I don't have my phone on me a lot of times, but if there's like a potential plan, I keep that in my, God, now that I think of that, I was like, I put out a plan to my cousin today, but I keep checking my phone to see if their response, like, I don't know. I like to check in if it's like, if someone asks you to talk that day, it's just because I answered pretty not super quick. It maybe was like an hour after she had said that. So we had the whole day ahead of us. And then like, yeah, I get anxiously attached in a way, or I get just like, not even anxiously attached. It's just my brain. Like, I have a hard time maybe it's an ADHD thing. Maybe it's not. I think other people probably can relate. It's probably a normal thing. So anyways, normal, fearful, avoidant me. Like, I would feel these feelings in my body, and like, I would get triggered, and I would know she did nothing wrong, but I would feel this like, just like, I don't want to tell people what to do. I just like felt like I can't even address this or say anything. And then I would start to go avoidant. I would start to be like, I don't even, if this person, like, if so self-absorbed, like, if I'm not even, like, it's just like, yeah, whatever, this person's not even gonna get back to me. If they aren't like, I just was like, felt so ick about myself, like waiting around for this person. And then, so that's where I just shut off and I go avoid it. And I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to like talk to this person. Like, I do this almost like friends off thing internally. Like, I don't want to not be friends with this person. But that time it went pretty extreme to where I was like, you know what? Maybe this just like isn't compatible at all. Maybe it's not compatible. But I don't talk about these things with her to be able, that she doesn't know. She has no idea that I'm even affected that way. And she's like different and everyone's different too. And she has no idea. But like, I just start to go avoidant. And like, that's where I am fearful avoidant. I deeply feel so, but okay, I'm gonna read that comment in a sec. But this last time, so I started to go avoidant and I was really actually like, oh, I'm just done too. Like, oh, whatever. Like, I was just not anxious attached, which is weird for me. I was unaffected and I was just like, I was the one pushing the other one away and being avoidant. I took some time to my own self and didn't say anything else. It was like, whatever, I'll just wait for her to call me and then I guess I'll see how I feel then or something. I don't know how it all went down, but anyways, we were on the phone. Yeah, I addressed it on the phone. It was very, very stressful for me, even though I've done a similar thing with the Lola friend, like not that long ago, and it went totally fine. She is the coolest person. My body is like, because with other people, they'll freak out at me. Yeah, I don't want to think about my last counselor, but anyways, she is, and I'm like, I don't want to even bring this up because I don't want you to feel bad in any way at all. And like, that makes me feel so uncomfortable. It makes me feel so uncomfortable if I've like, if it's like, oh, I made someone feel bad. And I'm like, I'm not saying you did anything wrong. It's just like, with me, it helps if you're able to, if it's not too much, you know, out of your way. If you make a suggestion that we talk that day or whatever, you know, because I respond thinking we're going to talk, like, if you know you're not going to anymore, because the day just kind of like, she got busy and stuff, and then she couldn't talk anymore, I guess, and then maybe she didn't see my text even or had her phone on. I was like, if you know you've like said, oh, let's talk, but then you know you can't anymore, if you're able to just text me and be like, hey, sorry, I got busy, won't chat, like, just let me know so I know, and then it's like, yeah, whatever. But I said it in a very I was so scared to just say anything, so scared, and she's just was extremely, she's like, oh, no, I don't want you, she's like, oh man, yeah, I don't want you feeling that way at all. Like, I don't want you to be waiting around me. So I'll like, yeah, definitely, I'll do that and whatever. And I was like, it's no biggie. It's okay. I'm like, just trying to talk about these things. Like, that's what builds connection. I deeply relate to your feelings about needing, but fearing connection, maybe because I felt unauthentic. Again, I no longer feel that way. And I hope you find the same freedom I now feel in your way, in your own way. In your way. Okay, that is awesome that you have gotten back to the authentic stuff and you're not feeling that way anymore. Yeah, for me, it's a lot has changed. It is a lot different, but then there's like still sometimes there's still phases or moments or times that I kind of revert. I don't think I can actually go back to where I was, but I'll feel like I revert back into, yeah, I can just like start old habits again and revert back into that way of being and being people pleasy. But I have gotten to a certain level of getting over the people pleasing that I've been like making boundaries recently that I wouldn't have done before. Or I caught myself the other day, guys. LO, tough up and go to work. Young lady, you've given me hope for the next generation. Well, thank you. Clorox bleach. Love that name. Overthinking triggers you to the extreme. Big pull, then big push, and back again. The pull and push, is that the fearful avoidance stuff? Yeah. For me, though, I feel it in my body. For me, a lot of my anxiety is subconscious. It's like, And it's hard because the body is like not safe, I'm not having thoughts like that. I'm not having like, this isn't safe thoughts. I just feel a very distressing, like, I guess, yeah, the anxious attachment style gets triggered and it just like feels very stressful in my body, like visceral. My body, it'll feel like things aren't safe, but I know it's okay. So I've pushed past that. So it's like, yeah, I don't think the anxious or the fearful, avoidant, the attachment style stuff, I don't think, I will overthink about, kind of at times I'll think, yeah, at times I'll make judgments of like, I don't know, I'll make it about me. It'll be about me and my self-worth, and I'll feel icky that like, oh, this person doesn't even care to text me, or that now they're busy or something and they can't, and like, but it's not even, yeah, it's like my brain, the push-pull thing in a way too, I think is like what causes it is I just want things to be chill. Like, things will be so serious. It's like, it's a simple thing, but I will feel, I think it's like I'll fear. I've had to like, for this specific thing, I've had to like figure out the fearful avoidant attachment style because I don't, what was it? I didn't actually really have thoughts as much about these reactions. Like, I just would never talk to the friends about the little thing. Like, my body, it would just, like, not even go there. It would just, like, be too scary. It felt, I think, like I didn't really think about it. I just was, like, I just wasn't saying my feelings and doing that thing. Like, it just, because my body was just, like, stressed about that, I think. And then it just, like, always avoided that and didn't even think of it as an option. So it was a fear of abandonment for sure. It's like the fear, and it was hard to understand because consciously, like, I would never think like, oh really, I was like scared this person's actually going to end the friendship because I talk about this one thing. Like, I wasn't ever thinking that or believing it. But I was acting like that was going to happen. Like, this little thing felt like this so stressful thing. Yeah, and just very confusing because I know, especially this person, my friend, like, I know that she wouldn't even react that way. Like, I know that she wouldn't. It's like, I know that, but then my body was like reacting. It's just like confusing because you have to override your natural. It's confusing to know what's real fear or genuine, like what fear you should just push past and not believe, and then other stuff. But then again, I want to get to the point where it's not a big deal if the person reacts badly and it's okay. Like, if the person is just like, well, I don't want to bring up the counseling again, but that's just like how the last the counseling situation, I like felt that real fear to like share more honest things, and then there was like, I wasn't feeling comfortable and it wasn't the vibe, so I left the counseling, and then she invited me to like talk about like something must have gone wrong and to openly talk about it. And then I did that, and then what I feared came true in a way, like, or I didn't consciously fear it again. Like, I was just feeling just, I guess I was confused. I don't know. I guess I was thinking about it a little bit. I was like, why am I so, like, this person's totally safe and fine. This is a counselor. Like, why am I so scared to, like, I either was like thinking that, or I was just like reacting in the sessions in the moment and not going there and sharing certain things because I had that fear, and then I didn't feel comfortable to, or there was times where I think I kind of mildly sort of did, and it just like didn't maybe go the best, or like exacerbated the paranoia and fear in a way that then I was like, ah. But then when she invited me then to share it, so this was like an open invitation, not me just being like, hey, I just need to like address something and I've been feeling this way. Like that's the stuff I've been doing with my friends. This was like a counselor openly inviting me to like say what's going on with me with her, but it seemed like anything having to do with her directly, she got very defensive about in that, even though I was like not trying to attack her in any way or accuse her or whatever. Like I was just trying to get clarity on certain things and stuff. So or like worried that maybe she was thinking about like I want to just like get clarity, because my brain will just like think things that aren't true. And and then it kind of like came true, so that it's hard to like freaking it's hard to just calm my body down, I guess, and be like, it's fine, because that's not gonna happen, you know. This person, like the person that I thought was the least likely to do something like that, unfortunately did that. Like it did fuck me up a little bit, like a counselor kind of doing that. And I don't, I'm so sensitive because of the emotional manipulation-y stuff in the past. It's like, even if someone's not like screaming at me or something, like I'm sensitive to people being very like defensive with me, emotionally manipulative in a way, and just like, yeah, a gaslighty behavior. Like the counselor was doing like a gaslighty thing. I don't need to like go into all the detail. I've spoken about it a trillion fucking times. But where are we getting with this? Where are we getting with this? Okay, I'm gonna openly address an active trigger. I'll be having like fear about taking too long. Just like when I pause to think, that's triggering to me. That's why I'm like a rambler, and that too is because there's a trigger to like wasting people's time, and it'll feel in my body like it's not true, but it'll feel in my body not safe to lose my train of thought, to not know what I'm saying, to like, yeah, my body thinks, I guess there's something wrong with that, or I'm gonna get attacked. Oh, this is the thing I wanted to say. It's not about, so I want to not have so much fear. I want to feel safe. I want to feel like I'm fine if someone kind of tries to emotionally manipulate me, or they are defensive, or they're trying to attack me. Like I want to feel safe. Like that's normal human shit. That's where I think I get a fearful avoidant attachment style. It's like I can't just have like normal relationships where not everything is totally fine. And I've desired to have like more family, like sisterly like relationships with friends that's like an actual real connection, because I've been just so people pleasy. And I'll watch, like, I'll listen to podcasts where it'll be like two women who are very close friends, and they'll talk about like having, I don't want to have fights with people, but they'll talk about like having a fight. Like I don't want to be fighting with people, but like I want to have a real thing, because like that you aren't always just disagreeing, or you like, yeah, it'll feel like not real the way that I've had my friendships, because I'm so scared of any conflict, right? You're not wasting my time. Oh my god, thank you. Create a calm little socialist state. We're talking about fearful avoidance, some other stuff. We might overthrow a monarchy later. Okay, what are people? What are we talking about? You guys are funny. People flake. One big thing that changed for me after my anxiety is I learned to set boundaries and realize if I don't praise or love myself, who can? Yes. It's valuing my own self. What I fear so much, what's so distressing about when someone's just being, you know, defensive, or like that is a human thing. the situation that happened with my last counselor, I do feel though, like, because she kind of like used my stuff against me, because it had been 6 months and she knew all of the way she was trying to like shame me about maybe misperceiving something she said, and I was calmly just like saying what I was worried she maybe thought, or asking, like just saying, oh, this thing was sort of said, and I just couldn't even get my fucking, I started talking and I couldn't even finish my sentences, and where the fuck was I going with this? Okay, yeah, no, it's okay. With her in that scenario, it was like, this is a normal human thing to do, but for me it was kind of like, I was like, not my counselor, it's just not fucking, this is not the time and the place though. But then again, honestly, I do thank this counselor for, like, that was my lesson. It's annoying sometimes, I feel, when it's like the not great negative experience that does still, I think I finally fully processed it kind of, but there's like some lingering things, triggers that happen sometimes. Like I was watching a video and they were talking about therapy, and that just started stressing me out because it was reminding me of it. I don't want to have such a like loss of sense of self or reaction in my body. Like I just don't want to get triggered when someone's being defensive, or they are kind of being a little bit emotionally manipulative, or specifically at the time it was just like hard because it was in a very dark place, and or I was just like, yeah, it's like I'm having such judgments about talking about it again, and that I'm annoying for doing that, but it's like maybe different people this live stream anyways. It's like, I guess I have a cringe about myself being that person that just like goes on and on and on about the same thing. But and I guess earlier we were talking about how like, oh, venting's not always like healthy, like retelling it, but okay, I'm gonna push past that discomfort and I'm just gonna say, and now I forgot what I fucking said because of all that extra baggage. I don't know. I think it's lost. The counseling thing. Oh, I was in it. Okay. What a special. Okay. I think the only reason why it's so still triggering for me, my issue, the whole thing of it is just my inability to validate myself. So I will still struggle with, or just like it's just like, oh, I don't know. Even when I'm talking about it, I'll feel like I'm complaining, like, or that I'm acting like it was some horrific, like, abusive thing that happened. Like, it was not that crazy at all. But it was just like, this did just, I have a video called I Don't Trust Anyone, and this situation with the counselor kind of like, it just triggered that so much because, like, okay, I'm ignoring the chat. I am sorry. And I can see in my peripheral the chatting away. And I just, I'm gonna be okay with not answering it right away. Okay. So this like weird, the way she was being all defensive and that, and we were just, and then she was like kind of blaming me about, I don't know, I was just trying to talk about things, and she's like, well, I didn't know what you needed. And I just, okay, it seemed like the whole thing was about, like, she seemed to have gotten triggered by, it seemed like the situation was triggering, like, her insecurity in her own self and her counseling abilities, the way that she was acting with me, and I was never trying to, like, I was, like, you're supposed to give feedback, and I had not given feedback the whole time, and it just was, like, and so when I did that, she got defensive, and then she tried to make it about, the way she was responding was, like, invalidating my needs for the sessions, and saying like, well, I didn't know what you wanted and that, and it was like I was not even trying to like criticize her or anything. And then she told me I was projecting. It was just the way she was saying it and the tone and the like, I was just trying to like talk about something that I was too scared to talk about before, so it was in the past. And then she's like, well, how am I supposed to know like when that was so long ago? Like I didn't even like finish my sentence. I was like, oh, you know, this sort of, you know, happened. It's like, well, how am I supposed, and it was, and she just like was like snapping back very quickly her responses, and it's just like it triggered like the way that people have been to me when like in my past. And where was I going with this? I went on another side tangent. Okay, let's bring it back. The not trusting people. Just like regulating while we think. Well, okay, don't need to fill the space. Don't need to fill the space. Fearful, avoidant, addressing, finally talking about, the not trusting people. Anyways, I guess it was a lesson for me to trust myself, obviously. And because I didn't even I knew that it wasn't really vibing, but when she asked me to come in to like address and talk with things, I was putting judgment on myself that if I didn't do that, I wasn't like working hard enough on myself in a way, or like that I don't know, I felt like bad almost. No, I didn't feel bad. Did I feel bad? I did have a bit of mentality where I was like, well, we'll just see what happens. I did have a mentality. I like to always give people, I'm always willing to like talk and work it out. I'm going to get to some comments. Okay. You know, stuff will happen when you get triggered big time. However, you'll be all right. Trust me, been there. We're stronger than I thought. Every time, let's trust yourself more. Yes, I will be all right. Not counselors are good. That's all people literally pay for degrees. Yeah. It's like, it just was annoying because it did reinforce that whole thing about like why I don't share stuff with people for real, like connection to work through stuff. And it reinforced this like not trusting people. But the main thing of it all is I want to be okay with someone, like if they're being defensive in that, I don't want to just like lose my own sense of self and shit. Like I don't, like I just always besides my partner Sean, I've been a toxic bitch too at times. It's like in the beginning of a relationship, I've been like, I'm not proud of myself for being a toxic bitch to my partner, but other than him, I'm like the opposite with everyone else. Usually I'm like very passive and very like, I'll just immediately blame myself, and I have a hard time like just holding my own sense of self amongst people that are emotionally doing like emotionally manipulative things. I'm taking responsibility that it is my own shit. Like my whole thing is like I'm not at all like, oh, if that thing with that counselor didn't ever happen, I wouldn't have been as, I don't know, I wouldn't have. Oh, sorry. Okay, I did want to say, okay, the thought that I lost about it. Okay, it was like she was doing the icky thing of the defensiveness and that, but it was because like why I especially I feel like was impacted was because like I had told her I was in a pretty vulnerable state, and I had extra difficulty like trying to formulate my sentences and explain when like she was interjecting and like not really letting me talk. And I had an extra hard time because I had gotten like no sleep the night before because I was just really in a trigger state place where like I had walked myself to the hospital, I think the day before, earlier in the day, like in the morning, because I was scared of doing something to myself. And then I just like left the hospital because nothing would have been done anyways. And I wasn't actually, I don't know, I was just having these thoughts. Like there was an incident why I ended up in the psych ward was I like did a form of self-harm. Like I purposely overdosed on a medication thing, and then I ended up in psych ward, and I was like having intense thoughts about like doing that. And I was just like really triggered by a lot of things. There was stuff with her that I was sort of triggered by that had happened earlier on. I was trying to do a thing where I like maybe needed her to write a letter for me, and she seemed like not wanting to or whatever or something. I don't know. I just sort of like was feeling stressed about this like paperwork thing, and then I just felt like it wasn't the vibe, so I ended the sessions. But I think I was like still, so I had never stopped being in this. Yeah, I was just like, then I had an appointment with my doctor and that, and then after seeing my doctor, I got all like, I don't know, I was having a lot of past stuff happening because I was like doing something that was like bringing up the past. So then when I had the session with her, I think I had told her these things during, I don't know, there was like sessions where I was really, I don't ever remember her like asking if I was okay and being concerned about like I would, I said that I had went to the hospital. Like I just started crying when she said I was projecting and she was being defensive, and I was crying. I was like, yeah, I project. That's what I do. Like I have problems. I was like crying. And then it's like when I talked about, what I was doing the day before, like my partner Sean like hid his medication because like there was concerns of me doing a thing. Like that all happened just the night before. It's really hard like not judging myself right now, like taking this much space rambling about this thing when it's like yeah, not a great counselor, we know, okay, move on, it's done. Like I'm not saying anyone's like thinking that or doing that, and if they are, it's fine. Self-validation, like who cares? I'm purposely doing this for people who have gone through it or struggling. Like, if there happen to be people that are like, shut up, you are obsessive, like stop, it's like that's not who this is for anyways, so it's fine. Like people can say that. Anyways, yeah, that was my 10-hour way of saying it's like it was extra sort of like it was just an extra thing of the like trust, or the sort of like it happened at a like unique point of time in my life too, that I was also had been saying, like I had let her in on like the state of my mental health during, it was like, girl, it's just like not the time for your ego to care so much. It did just seem like she was offended that I had left her sessions in general, because at the beginning of the like trying to reconcile things appointment, she was like, I don't normally do this, I usually just like let people leave, but I thought blah 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 blah. So, but yeah, it's like I guess I am taking a moment right now rehashing it again to just like, it can just be hard to be like, yeah, I didn't really need that at that time. Like I didn't, I was in a, mental health. Yeah, it's just like sometimes I just can always like, I can just be like, yeah, it really wasn't that fucked up, because it isn't the worst thing ever that happened, right? But it's like, that's where it gets stuck, because I don't just go like, yeah, I don't have a moment with myself it's like my brain will get cut off from like feelings about my own self-preservation. Like I think she was doing what she needed to do to like, I was triggering something obviously, and she was having her little form of self-preservation of maybe protecting her ego, like making it more, it was like my fault or problem of like she was not receptive to any feedback. But it's like, I need to just be like, that's not my problem. Like that's her shit. And like, it's hard. It's like the worthiness thing. It's the worth thing. It's like, well, whatever. I don't know. I guess I just, I have a distrust, and I think assume or expect people not to care or like help me. It's like a weird thing. I don't know. Okay. Ew. Also, okay. Okay, I'm done for now. Not all counselors are good. Okay. Yes, I had read that. People have to earn trust. Some great friend told me this. Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay, that makes me think of like where I went wrong with it. Alyssa seems like the female version of the chill guy meme. I haven't seen that. I want to see it. Go on many times. Yes, I tend to want let go. You can
Definitely
remember.
not a chill anything, that's for sure. You're not a chill
Thanks,
guy.
Sean.
Sorry.
Sean said I'm definitely not a chill anything. Also, one thing I learned is we don't need. Really? Maybe I'm not chill when I'm PMSing.
I'm just familiar with the chill guy
Also,
meme.
one thing I learned
I'm just
is
saying
you
you're
don't
not
need
the
to be cool with
chill,
everyone.
the chill
Honestly,
gal meme. That's all I'm
yes.
saying.
Yes, the don't need to be cool with everyone. So I have this complex where I like I have a whole thing where I'd like abandonment with my former hairdresser. If anyone knows Jill, that is the name I used when I was talking about my hairdresser on the channel. Like Jill and she kind of ghosted me, but I was just like, even though our personalities I think probably weren't compatible, I just will have this like longing for us all to get along in a way, or to still like have that level of, I don't know, I do just like want us all to be cool. Yeah, we don't need to be cool with everyone. It's like, I don't know, I just like want union within the universe, and I see it as like consciousness and unconsciousness, and it's like it's just that not understanding. Yeah, it's like a mix of things. Sometimes I can get so into my trigger thing, and then I have this like conscious part of me that's like seeing the people as their nervous system stuff, and to not take it personally at all, right? Like, but then yeah, it's just my main issue is just the self-validation, and it's like, because I try to just like, at times I try to just be cool with everything, so it's like I don't know, it's hard to, I'm like skipping a step. I'm like spiritual bypassing. It's like you have to just still feel the emotions and the feelings. You can't just be like, well, that actually was really beneficial for me because now it taught me a lesson to learn self-validation. Like, it was actually, I see the positive, and I really do. It's like I see the positive in that thing happening with my counselor. Like, after I wrote a very long email about why I was not going to continue, because I was in fawn response in the session, so I agreed to continue working with her, and I had to like say that I wasn't anymore, and then I kind of explained everything in a very thoughtful like way of just like, I just feel this way and that, and it's like you're not basically doing anything wrong. It's just like, this thing is like compatible with me, and it's like, I'm not saying not to do this, it's just incompatible, whatever. And I thanked her in the email. I was like, I thanked her because she was a teacher for me. She's like, fucking, it's like sometimes the people that are, it's like the negative experiences can be the most growth and beneficial. So it's hard for me because then it's like, I still don't, like, I struggle with that piece though of like feeling for my own self in a way, like for real, not just venting about it over and over. Like, that's a fake feeling it for myself. Like, I do that because I can't get there, I feel, for real, and move on fully. Like, I can't just be like, oh, I was worthy to not get shit on at a very vulnerable mental state that I was like worried about hurting myself intensely during that. It's like, oh, I deserve to, it's like hard to just like actually. So then there's something that's like stuck, and then it's like, I have to say it over and over and over again. I guess I don't have to, but I want to look up chill guy meme. Someone sending me hate from Norway. Thank you. It's all right to be hurt by someone or something. Nice rationalization, by the way. I know. It's that's why your name is Beat It Kid. Joseph Stylen sticking up for me. Thanks, dude. I get it, world peace is a dream. Fellow people, mine too. But like I said, if we are honest, we don't even like everyone. Yeah, that's true. And it's like, I'm totally okay with, or maybe I'm not totally okay. If I was like affected by, I was like, oh, I just want to not have any, like, I just want us all to be cool. Like, if I'm like that, then I'm obviously not okay with people like not liking me, I guess, to a certain extent. But I have gotten to a point where I'm way more accepting. I have, like, I might still get triggered or react, but I'm very much like, other people's perceptions of me is like not something for me to control or my business. Like, that's their right. It's like, I very much want to advocate for like, hate me if you want to hate me, like think I'm this way or that way. Like, I'm just like, it's so freeing to not have to control what other people think of you. And I had realized I think I'm not supposed to be, I think I'm purposely supposed to rub people the wrong way at times and be controversial, and I'm not following my purpose if everyone's vibing. Like, I'm meant to trigger people, but I just get uncomfortable. Like, I try to not let other people have their own experiences and growth by being like, oh no, I hurt someone's feelings. Like, I have to make myself different and small and not, I don't know, say my own opinion because it might like stress people out too much. But then that deprives them of the opportunity to, like, I don't know, go through life in general or grow. Or maybe some people start to contemplate why that triggered them so much, like, and then they start to get somewhere. That's what I use this for. Is it's like, when something bugs me, I'm like, what is that about? What is that all about? It's like, ooh, that is something that I can work through. It's like the YouTube live chat, I feel like, just speeds up working through these things that you wouldn't normally get to work through. Like, it kind of facilitates this thing. It's a wild thing. It's a weird reality, like, matrix thing going on the YouTube live streams at times. But it's like, it's helpful too when you can just address, like, when you're so worried about something happening, but it never happens, but you stay constantly worried about it happening forever because you don't ever get exposed to it even, so you can't know. There's that, and then there's like going on the YouTube live and then people just like saying these things that are just like wild, or they're insulting you, and then you're like, oh my god, it actually doesn't really affect, it's not really that, nowhere near what I thought that was going to be like, you know, in my head. But at the same time, it is like, people don't, it's different when it's a stranger versus real life and long-term relationships, friendships, or counselors or something. It's like a way different thing too. But 10 hours yapping, make it 20, final offer. Yeah, this is like, I went for 6 hours one time on a live stream because I don't have boundaries too. Since then, I had started making boundaries with live, so I kind of would pre-plan, like, oh, I'm just going to go for an hour or something, and then have a healthy boundary. Like, it's hard to know what to freaking do. It's like, am I just trying to prove something at this point? Am I trying to, I don't know, I just have time switching. I have trouble switching tasks as well. So it's just like, okay, this is hard to get out of now. It's never going to end. But I should, oh God, it's here. I'm hungry. I should go. Finally, I should finally go. The unrealistic utopia. I definitely know the place and the people. That's why your name is, okay, we saw that. Okay, get it, world peace. what everyone thinks is not your business, it's theirs. Yes, that deprives you of freedom. Yeah, it does. So the takeaway is I want to desensitize myself more to people just being human, people just being people, and being defensive sometimes and being upset or irritated at times or whatever. Like, I want to have real, genuine connections and friendships where there are disagreements at times. It's just like so lonely and unfulfilling to have this. It's me keeping people at a distance because I'm not sharing my true feelings or self at times, but I've been getting better with it. But I just hate how ick it makes me feel. Like, I get really icky about when I value myself, like when I feel like a narcissist. Like, I talked about this in different live. I will be confused if I'm being too controlling and expecting everyone to revolve around me. If I say that I would prefer, if someone is able to like text me, or no, I think what we agreed on with the Lola friend, that was a while back, but with the texting situation, with the like setting up a plan to talk that day, and then it's like, oh, can you talk today and that, and I'm like, yeah, I can, and then just never hearing back, thinking, is this gonna happen, when's it gonna happen, whatever. That situation we agreed on. I just said for me it's easier to just call when you can, because there's times too where she'll say, I'll call you. She's done it a lot of times, and I'm sure I've done the same fucking thing to people, but so I'm a big hypocrite if that's happened. But that's over explaining right there. That's like, I can't ever be critical of people, I feel, without being like, oh, I'd probably do that too, and I did that, so, and it's like, I don't want to be a hypocrite. But anyways, fucking just say the thing. What was it? No, I hate this struggle. I hate this. I cannot accept it. We agreed to just, yeah, she would just call me when it was just more the spontaneous calls instead of setting it up. Oh yeah, she would say, I'll call you, and then she wouldn't. And it would just like trigger the sort of, for me, it's just like, it's fine that it happened and everything. I'm just like, I would prefer, it's like, if you just call when you can. It's like the saying you're gonna do something and then not doing it, and then it's like hard to know when it's legit or when it's not. It just like, it's hard to freaking, I just like, if people are totally honest, because I'm also like, please don't feel pressure to like, maybe it's like, I could be wrong, but maybe you're saying it because you are really wanting to, like, I've been trying to call her and she feels pressured to like try to call me back or something. I'm like, I don't ever want you to feel that way either, of like, oh, I'll try to call you. I'm like, I'm totally fine, I'm cool. Like, it's so she could be doing it as like a trying to stretch for me, and then she says, oh, I'll call you tomorrow or something, and then, you know, shit happens. She's got her own life and everything, and she's like, it's none of this stuff I'm like thinking it's from a bad place. Like, there's times though that, yeah, I do get in my head and I'm like, I'll just think it's, I said I was gonna go, and then, no, actually, did I not? I didn't fully say I was gonna go. I was like teasing that I was gonna go, but these ramblings and stuff do help me work through these things. Sometimes I have to say it out loud or talk about it for something to actually click. So, you're right. I believe you. You're bound to rub people the wrong way, especially as a lady. You have to, I feel, some of my most significant growth came after what felt like a devastating heartbreak. Oh man, that would be tough though, the heartbreak, but definitely like a growth opportunity for sure. Accept the struggle, sit in it, feel it, then feel it pass through you. It for you, not against you. Yeah, that was me struggling to the active, like, feeling uncomfortable by taking up space. So the other day I made a boundary that I was proud of myself for that didn't feel so horrible and icky. It actually was easier to do. Was my cousin's bleaching his hair, and he had asked if I wanted to host that. And I did not, but I felt bad to not, like, help him. Maybe it was like, oh, maybe it's better for him to do it here for some reason. Like, where he lives is more of a not as much, his bathroom's not really that, it's pretty small. So then I was like, oh. Yeah, I get so in my head. Like, I started texting him back like a plan about it before stopping myself. Like, I knew I didn't want to host it, but I felt like it's just the people pleasing in me that's like has a hard time just being like, yeah, I'm not really into that. Because specifically I get stressed about dyeing your hair and stuff is like a really messy situation, and I can get I really stress about getting a stain somewhere and stuff like that. So it's like, it was going to be a stressful experience for me. It's just, yeah, it doesn't matter why I don't want to host it. And so I politely declined, and it was like, he was totally cool about it. And because my uncle can sort of be a certain way at times with things. Like, I borrowed his toothpaste one time. I was like living with him for a certain amount of time, and I borrowed his toothpaste, and he was very upset about that because of the germs. So like, my uncle can be a bit OCD, and my cousin lives with him. So I thought maybe that was a thing, like he couldn't do it where he lived. So then I was like, oh, is uncle whatever giving you a hard time about it? Or you not, like, I overthought, like, I was trying to, I know, I was like, oh, maybe he can't do it there and I need to help out, whatever. So I was just like, oh, sorry, I'm not, I was like, yeah, I'm not up for hosting. And then I like over-explained, because it was hard not to over-explain, because I don't ever decline. That's not true. Why do I speak in extremes? Like, I don't usually decline. Like, I'm a people pleaser, right? So it's like, when I'm starting to decline things, it's like so hard to do it and not over explain. It's so hard to do it and not be like, I'm OCD about getting a stain and that's why I don't want to host. So I did over explain, and then I also was like, oh, is Uncle, let's call him Uncle Joe. I was like, is Uncle Joe giving you a hard time about like dyeing your hair there? And he wasn't at all. He was like, oh, totally fine about not like doing it here. He's like, I just thought of it as something to do. Like, he wasn't. And I'm like so distrusting and annoying. And then it's like, it's so hard to like react this way in my body and stuff, and the distrust. And then, or it's just, then I'll I'll feel like, Alyssa, why are you like that and being annoying? Anyways, yeah, when someone asks me for a thing, I will go to like, are they just trying to use me for something? Like, do they value, like, it's sad that I'll feel this way with my own fucking family members, guys. Like, I'll just sometimes worry, or I'll feel like I have to do it, I guess, because that's my value to the friendship in a way. I don't know. Yeah, it was really, and then my brain, like, overthinking everything. Like, this cousin had helped me out with, I like picked him up from the airport or whatever, and then he gave me some gas money, which, like, it did not cost, the amount of gas money he gave me, it did not cost that much, like, picking up from the airport. And I was like, oh, it's way more, like, and he like insisted on like giving me that money. And then my brain goes to like, it goes to this like place that I don't like. It goes to a transactional type of thing where it's like, oh, I owe him, like, oh, I feel bad about not going back to the hair dye situation, which for him, it was literally just like a fun activity to do. And in my head too, I'm like, I remember like the $20, and then I'm like, oh no, now I feel like, I'll just feel like I'm taking advantage of that person almost, that like I did not do a favor back, and like it's like I don't want to be like that, guys. Like, I don't want to be like that. But it's good that I noticed that, and then I don't people please. I don't cave in, because then when I people please, I get all resentful, and then I get even more, then I get transactional in my head where it's like, I did this and this and this for this person, and it feels like they don't even appreciate what I'm doing. And it's like, they didn't fucking want you to do that. Like, they didn't even ask you to do that. Like, you're doing that to yourself. So take some responsibility of this being your own bullshit, Alyssa. So yeah, but the fearful avoidant attachment style seems to be one of the most gnarly in my opinion. Although, like, dismissive avoidant sounds really lonely, but it's like they don't as much maybe crave the connection and intimacy. Like, they're kind of okay just like not having close connections. If I'm getting that right, like, I could be wrong, but that from my research, it's like, it's annoying, like, the thing that you're craving, or the thing that you're like, you want to have, and that would like help you to be fulfilled and happy, like genuine connections and community. It's just like annoying when that literally triggers you and you feel so like icky and not well when you have, it's like, what would I rather? It's like, would I rather have the loneliness of not having the connection, or have to deal with those like very stressful, icky feelings? I guess the answer is like, I don't know, educating yourself, changing your beliefs, exposure. That's what I've been, I don't know. I'm way better than I was. Like, I wouldn't have even been making these, I would have just said yes to the hair bleaching situation. I would have been like, oh yeah, totally. Well, I almost did, guys. I like had the text lined up, and then I took a pause. You're super introspective. That's so cool. That is another way of putting it. That is another way, like, it's just incoherent ramblings to other people, but thank you. Yeah, I have obviously, if you guys have noticed, like, I have a hard time taking compliments. I can feel ick about that. Like, oh, it just, it's like hard to, I'm so used to an identity of being, I think, lesser than, and just as I'm saying that right now, I have this like thought of, okay, how could I just explain this thing in a general way? Because it's like something my brain constantly does. It's like, at times I get scared of my own self. Like, that I can't trust myself. Yeah, in the video called I Don't Trust Anyone, there's a part where I say I don't even trust myself. And that's true. And so that's where it's like, I'll worry that I'm manipulating people. Like, I'll worry that and then it's like, I don't know, it's like, maybe a part of that too is like, I have such a rejection of if I have done something that's not so great, like, it's an all or nothing thing. It's like, oh no, it's like, if I'm a bit of a hypocrite, to me it's like the worst thing, instead of like, sometimes people are hypocritical, you know. I think I just like am so hard on myself where I'm constantly like, if I didn't care so much being hypocritical, I don't think I would worry so much and worry that I'm maybe being hypocritical and like overthink it and try to be perfect with everything. So, I will be like not trusting my own, I don't know, I'll just like, yeah, I'll worry that I'm like doing something that's nefarious. Like I've had a phobia since I was really young of like secretly being, or not secretly, it was like, what was the actual full phobia? It was like, yeah, I guess secretly that I was like truly actually evil, and like I would just snap one day. I don't know. I had this. That's why I can't do hallucinogens and stuff. Like it just, the weed, never again. I will never smoke weed again. It fucked me up. Like the paranoia that I get about my own self does not agree with weed, to say the least. So you're doing awesome. Take that L. You're doing great. It's hard to let that sit. I'm gonna let that sit. There's like an embarrassment almost. Like I get so embarrassed. I panic in real life, especially when people say nice things or like it's just like, it's just okay, the paranoia that I have about my own self. Okay, that's what, because it just sort of happened there for a brief second. It's like I'll feel, how do I explain this properly? I don't know if it's just about what I worry people think that I'm doing, or I genuinely think it myself. But yeah, it'll just be like, oh, compliments make me uncomfortable or something. And then I either worry that people think that I'm not saying that genuinely, or it's like myself, I'm like, is that how I really feel? Like I'll just like doubt it. So where this has happened before is, it's like when my last counselor was being cool, like we had some cool times. So earlier on in the counseling sessions, things would just come out that I would just like say without thinking about it. So I think in counseling is when I kind of first said, like, I don't trust anyone. I don't think I trust anyone. And then after I started to think like, well, was I actually saying that for real, or was I lying, or was I trying to deceive? Like, do I actually feel that way? I started to question whether I actually felt that way. And so then I thought, yeah, and then I'll think like, oh, I was lying or deceiving or something, or I will then be like, well, I trust this person, I guess, so that's kind of not true. I don't know. I have a thing with like black and white thinking too, I think it is, where if I say in general, like, I don't trust anyone, if there's technically like people that I trust to certain extents or whatever, it's like, oh, I lied, then that's a lie. Like, I think this behavior comes from the narcissistic abusey stuff. And so it's just a mindfuck where it's like, what is really being myself? Because I question whether I'm being myself, or I'm, yeah, the thing about like blurting out in counseling, like, I don't trust anyone, without thought, like saying that after, I'll worry that I was being dramatic and trying to get attention. But when I said it at the time, I wasn't feeling that at all or thinking that. It's just like something I did genuinely say. But then I will gaslight myself. Like, that's what it is. I'm actually being narcissistic-y behavior to my own self, which kind of sucks because I have to fucking live with myself. And I'm living with a fucking narcissist right now. Like, guys, I am kind of a narcissist because it's like my non-self is the narcissist. And I promise I'm not going crazy. Like, this is kind of getting wild. I promise I'm not going crazy. But it might seem like I'm going crazy, but I'm promising I'm not. I think what's going to help me is thinking of it in this way, is like, yeah, I've known that I've taken on the narcissistic things and behaviors, or like the way that I treat myself is the way that I was treated in my past. But I just didn't see it like so clearly as I do now. It's like scary though, in a way. It's kind of like I get confused as to what's, I think, the real me and what's the like the part of me that's Sean's just like hearing everything I'm saying, so it's also hard not to.
I was about to sneak off.
It's also hard to not be self-conscious with like that.
And just for the record, you were totally chill, just like the guy in the chill. The guy, I mean. So.
Is that this is my brain. Is that
clarify.
sarcasm? Is that real? Is that actually?
I'm just saying that you're not obvious. You're obviously a chill person in many different respects.
It's hard for me to trust that. Like my brain's like.
But I think
just
the
because
chill
Sean,
guy meme is more me than you. That's what I was
Sean has been passive aggressive before, and I've been, you know, toxic in my own ways, which I'm not proud of. So it is hard to like, if Sean's not being that way, it's hard to know though. If it's like, it's still hard to trust that he's not. Yeah. It's hard to just like not think there's a subtext going on with everything sometimes. But anyways, okay, what was, yeah, okay. Okay, it's okay. I have ick about the use of it while tripping. Alyssa, have you ever done physical sport for an extended time? I did a lot of sports growing up.
Do you need the plug-in?
Not yet. No. Okay. Thanks. It's actually doing pretty well. Yeah, the sports really helps. I want to get back into like more vigorous exercise. I do more weightlifting-y stuff and then some cardio. But I used to be a figure skater. I used to play soccer. So I'd say soccer was like more extended times, I guess, of like exercise. It does really help getting to the feeling where you're like, oh my God, I'm going to die. Like that level of exercise like really gets the energy out. I used to tree plant for a few seasons. I tree planted. So it's like 10 hours. I walked around the woods and planted trees. Somehow I was still very anxious. It obviously would help, you know, to a certain extent, like getting the extra energy out, but I was having like tree planting nightmares. My brain can find a way to my brain finds a way to freak out about something. It's annoying when like you're not conscious and you're having anxiety, rumination, thought loops in your sleep. Like that's really fucking annoying. That's the one that annoys me the most, where it's like, there's got to be a way that I can have control over this, but when I'm asleep, it's kind of hard. I need to just like find out that way where you can be in your dream. I haven't been having the stressful nightmare dreams. Time to time, I'll get a nightmare thing. I do have fear around the dark or nighttime, and it just sucks, guys. Okay, it's kind of hilarious though. Meditation will creep me out. Okay, I have found I really like Eckhart Tolle. I like his vibe. He doesn't use creepy meditation music. Meditation stuff was triggering. It triggers my like fear of the unknown. It triggers like the demon phobia at times, because new age spiritualism to me, it's like culty. Well, there's a lot of cults that stem from it, but kind of like even just the meditation music is like creepy to me. It just it scares. It's like stressful. Like how can you meditate when it's causing you stress because the freaking music is like scaring you? So anyways, I've been doing these Eckhart Tolle meditations that are definitely my vibe. But I'm gonna take a breath. Okay. I'm like taking space. I'm letting there be space. I'm realizing, okay, this is the thing that I realized in that moment of space. I get a trigger when I've been rambling. So there's a resistance to like the present moment once I've started a ramble, I think. And yeah, I like fear the reaction, or I avoid the present moment. Once a ramble has started, there's like a resisting the next moment and what is gonna happen. And this like fear that I'm gonna, I don't know, have to address having done something wrong, I guess, like having to deal with like the repercussions of the rambling, the repercussions of being myself. Like there's definitely, yeah. So in the past there were repercussions of me being myself, and I think in my current life I'm bracing for that. Even in these little moments, I just don't always notice the like more subtle ways, because it's just like my conversation style, and it's so hard to detach from it, guys, because it's like my personality. I think I've latched on to the rambly part of me because I've never been that quiet person, but I've been practicing more listening receptive mode. I was doing it earlier today when I was socializing. I did have my fair share of talking, but then I really focused on not just letting other people talk. I also did it on New Year's Eve with my fam jam. We went for a dinner, and then it was to the point where they were like fishing for something to talk about. Like at one point they were like with me and Sean, they were kind of asking us questions about stuff kind of to get something going, it seemed. And then what was the thing asked? It was like, I can't remember what the question was, but Sean was, he answered with like, just waiting for other people to fill the space so I don't have to, or something. He said that, which was so authentic and awesome and fun. And it was like, I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm doing too. That's what, like, I'm normally not that quiet, and I normally don't let other people carry the conversation, like, I'll just feel like I'm responsible for making sure everything flows good and everyone's feeling comfortable and there's no awkward pauses. Like, I will take so much this responsibility that like I'm doing something wrong for not keeping the topics going, and I was just like not really giving much, and I was just fucking tired. I was like not giving them much, and I'm like, I'm okay just doing this though. I was like being with my body. I was like being with the anxiety. It was less anxiety, but it was like I was just being in tune with that and not trying to pretend to be something else. So I'm gonna hide now. So C. Jones, yo, where's the dude? Damn, I'd forgotten this chick is unhinged and incredibly annoying. It's like funny enough, I feel like I'm more comfortable with that comment than the positive comments, than the nice comments. It's like C. Jones is I hope he sticks around, or I'm just assuming this is, why am I assuming the gender? It could be a female. So, but C. Jones, it's like, I'm so much more comfortable with like C. Jones's comments, I think, than people saying nice things. The nice things, okay, I immediately am like, what if, oh, it's so hard. As soon as someone like doesn't hate me, it's like, what if I do something to make them hate me? What if I do something? Like that's immediately. So it's like I'm so much more comfortable with someone not vibing with the thing. It's like, oh, what a relief. I don't have to, but then again, yeah, no, I don't. I was gonna say, but then again, do I try to get them to like me? I don't think I do. I try though to like let them have their comments and be like, yeah, I like validate them. It's interesting. It's kind of backwards sometimes. I'll like validate. Well, no, it's not. That's just how I feel, guys. I feel like the trolls just need to be heard and seen sometimes. To be heard and seen for like this kind of thing. Okay, if people are being fucking overtly like racist or being like abusive to people in the chat, whatever, like we're not validating that shit, obviously. We're not tolerating that, but it's like C. Jones gets to think what they think, and it's like I am glad that I'm at a point where I'm not trying to fight being unhinged or annoying or being perceived as that. It's like I'm finally just, it's like embracing the things. Like it's like the same as being like, oh, you know what, if I'm being, say, cringe or something, I think I'm doing the right thing. It's like it makes sense why it makes sense. Guys, I'm validating myself in this moment. It makes sense. Like what I'm doing on my channel should kind of be unhinged because it's fucking it's unhinged. Like I'm unhinged. To me, what that means is like sort of chaotic, all over the place, whatever. But it's like it's just a different experience when I'm like accepting it's like okay that I'm unhinged. When I don't reject that in myself, then I also don't have to try to control what C. Jones thinks. So I think that's growth. C. Jones, list is dope. Go back to eating hot dogs without biting them. Guys, C. Jones is just, what if C. Jones just doesn't have any friends? What if C. Jones, okay, C. Jones is probably gone. That kind of makes me sad. Because, I don't know, I'm so, it's just the trolls like pique my interest as to what is going on with them. And I think C. Jones, I have this like theory that people, it's something they reject within themselves possibly when they are, they're like, you're so cringe or you're annoying or you're unhinged or whatever the thing. Like if they're trying to insult it, I don't know. I don't even like see it as an insult. It's just like their own observation. It is interesting to think about. Maybe it's like maybe C. Jones, obviously don't know C. Jones. Like I'm saying a lot of shit about C. Jones. This is my perception of C. Jones. Maybe C. Jones is, they could be unhinged themselves and then they are like ashamed of that aspect of them, or they don't let themselves be a little unhinged because they're like, gotta stay in line, gotta not be unhinged. Like that is, oh, I could never, that is like unhinged, like it's out of control, it's crazy, it's whatever. Okay, if people understand what I'm saying. With a narcissistic parent, we mask a lot. That's why we question authenticity. Okay, I actually have to feed my cat, so I do have to go. Oh, C. Jones is still here. I'm gonna have to like abandon C. Jones and everyone else This chick is absolutely self-obsessed to the point she can ramble for hours and say nothing. She's thoroughly in love with her own voice, and she thinks all of her problems are a personality. Interesting observation from C. Jones. It does just make me think about, so this is like where I have grown, where it's like the she's in love with her own voice thing, like I'm basically full of myself or whatever. It's like that's something that so me being more self-empowered and taking up the space, like that comment is something that I would fear normally. Or like I don't even, it's like it is freeing that it's not really affecting it's not really affecting me now. It's like later on maybe not, but it's like I'm finally like unfucked enough to be like, oh no, what I'm doing is not like a self-obsessed thing. It's like I can validate, I don't know, I can stay in my own sense of self with that. So this is like good, this is good growth. And because it's like I'm gonna get a lot of that, like this, I better fucking learn now to not like take this stuff to heart and believe it. I better learn now, because the more that I do step into my just taking up space and rambling and talking more and doing more videos and like talking about myself and my own observations of my own self and shit, like the more I'm doing that, I'm probably gonna get more comments like this, or there's gonna be people who be like, well, yeah, someone has called me a narcissist before in the chat, and I'm not surprised, because it's gonna be more, there are gonna be people, I'm sure I would just be shocked if there weren't people would be like, she's a narcissist, she's such a narcissist, or whatever. At least I'm at the point where it's like what the other people are saying doesn't have an effect on me. It always just goes back what I think about my own self. It's like, and then worrying what they think of me, but it's always like, am I a narcissist? Oh, I don't know if I am or not. So I think I'm like past the point of someone saying a thing and then being like, oh no, am I, because of whatever what they said. It's like I will always fucking, dude, like no one will ever out hate me like the way I hate myself. Like like that's why I feel like maybe I'm like invincible to trolls in a way, that it's like maybe my superpower could be that it can't affect me in a certain way, because like I can always out hate my fucking self. Like it's maybe harder for like people that haven't gone through that. It's like, I don't know. I have struggled with feeling like a piece of shit too, of like what the like I've struggled with every like real job that I've done or tried to do, and that, and like haven't felt like I have certain skills that like I'm not good at certain things for sure. There's like a lot of things that I'm not good at that like other people, I'm like, I don't know how the fuck you do it. Like there's different skill set, and I'm like, maybe I can have I don't know, a certain skill set that also doesn't really make sense, like me being socially anxious, or I guess I'm working through that too, of like, I don't know, I think it helps to like, yeah, it's not about like not feeling that or being that anymore. It's about like just like having that but doing it anyways. And it's like I do shock myself at times where it's like how am I so socially anxious, but then I'm able to like, I don't know, do this stuff. Like obviously I'm not the most calm and chill doing it, but I'll think like I don't know, it's like weird to me too, where I guess it's the same as how I'm like, oh, how is this person a doctor? How can they do that? Like, I would be constantly overthinking everything and stressed and just like could not do that. And then there are people that just don't want to do this. Like, they wouldn't want to do it. I don't know. Oh, now I am surprised how long it's been that I've gotten the like drug comments that I'm like on drugs. It used to be such a regular thing that I was it crack? Yeah, that I was on crack. And it's, how is it taking this long before Big Papa Frocks like must take a lot of Molly before stream? Do you think someone that like doesn't that just can have such a fragile sense of self, like do you think someone like that can take drugs and be okay? I guess like obviously I can get why to some people it's like giving meth or whatever, and it's also like, okay, I don't need to even give that any attention or care or comment about it. Like, I don't need to, but I can't help myself sometimes. I understand why it's like I will appear like I'm on drugs to people, and I am no longer like fighting not appearing that way. I don't know. It's like, as long as I'm being my authentic self, like my goal is, if I was myself, if I was my actual true authentic self, and they all thought I was on crack, I succeeded in the goal. Oh, I was behind in the chat now. Okay. C. Jones probably doesn't like it that you're being yourself because he can't be himself. Troll here. When you can't stop talking about it, it makes it easier. Trolls rule your mind. Yeah, so I think Big Papa Frog kind of exposed, I think, a little bit of the reason why they're doing what they're doing. It's like for attention, I guess, because me talking about it gives them attention. So I'm autistic as fuck, by the way, and no, you are too. C. Jones. Dude, I have a video talking about how I think I'm autistic because it's like, what's it called? I feel like an alien. And then I have another video that I haven't finished editing. And it's me talking about things where I'm like, I can't figure out what to name it. I was maybe gonna name it like autistic things, ? But I don't want to like too much. I wanted to get a bit away from the labels, and with that one, I'm technically not diagnosed. I'm formally diagnosed with ADHD, and so I don't know how I feel about like someone. I don't know. I'm pretty convinced I'm on the spectrum. I'm obviously neurodivergent, but it's like the video is just about me realizing these things and these behaviors I do, that I was doing a deep dive on autism. I was it's had become a special interest of mine, which I didn't know was an autistic thing. Like, basically, I was like, whoa, I've done this my whole life, or I do this, or like I have the same, I don't like, yeah, the change, and when the plans get fucking changed and whatever. I don't know. I just like, there's always so much that I was like, holy shit, oh my god, this is helpful to, I guess, know. So even if like, it doesn't even matter if I like have it or not, I'm pretty convinced I have on the spectrum, whatever. I think like a lot of these things can also be a bit clunky. Like, no one ever fits, not everyone is like in this one little box of like autism is like these things. It's like A plus B equals C, and it's all that, whatever. So yeah, I just sometimes like the labels and stuff I find a bit clunky, and then it's like eventually I feel like sometimes I feel like things have gotten labeled where I don't know, they make these labels because it's like, you guys are outliers and you're not like us people over here. And then a lot of the people trying to be like the normal way of being, like they were masking, and then they're like, oh no, I'm actually neurodivergent. I've been like pretending to be this way this whole time. And then it just, because there becomes more and more and more neurodivergent people, like the label becomes kind of meaningless because there's now the label just gets bigger and bigger and like encompasses more people. And then that's where I'm like, okay, yeah, I think we maybe pathologized just like different personality types. Like not everyone is type A personality, or not everyone is not ADHD or neurodivergent, whatever. It's like there's a lot more people, it seems, that are that way of being and thinking, but they just aren't diagnosed or something. It's like, can you really, like, what if it becomes half the population? It's like, can we really diagnose half the population with a disorder? It's helpful when it's like labeled and diagnosed that way to get the right resources, if like the world is run in a way that's not compatible with the people with the disorders or the neurodivergence. But like, I'm hoping that society just becomes a little bit more neurodivergent in a way, or it's like, oh, now we have a healthy balance and mix of neurodivergent jobs and then neurotypical jobs, or like we can all just, I am just one in that utopia, guys, like all the time. So I watched all your awareness videos, Heart. Thank you. I'm trying to think of what videos are considered my awareness videos. I don't know. Stop, don't bully because they do. Are you talking about me? Don't bully you because they do. Oh, don't bully you because they do. Yeah, it's everything is very complex at times, but it's like really confusing because there's times where I am full on bullying myself, but then there's like ways where I'm just like, I don't actually, it's like I'm okay with like not being perfect, or I'm okay with being, what was it? Was it like self-obsessed? It's like me agreeing with the things. It's like, for me, it's a form of self-acceptance. Like it's usually just trying to fight against being like, oh no, I can't be that way. So it doesn't even matter if it's true or not. It's like, well, also guys, remember, don't deny, don't defend, don't whatever. It's just, it's like, I'm okay with, yeah, this is my goal is to like, it's like, if you need to insult me, like, okay, it's different when, like, if it was actually like stressing me out, if it was like my situation in my counseling office, like I would leave the live because it'd be like, this feels unsafe, like I gotta get out of here. But it's also like the words have no power. It's me giving them, like I can choose how I react, I feel, when it comes to this stuff. Of how I take it or perceive it. And then if I get triggered, like I said way long ago, probably by now in this live, this is exposure therapy for me. So it's like the trolls just help me to figure out where my own lack of self-acceptance might be. Obviously just like like, this is just silly trolling. Like, this is different than, like, if it gets actual out of hand and it's like people just saying very dark, horrific things, it's like, ah, I don't need to see that. But this is just kind of silly stuff. The trolls be like, what's the word? They're beefing with each other now. This is kind of hilarious. C. Jones, Big Papa Frock, why the fuck would I add you on Discord? What even is that? I thought that, didn't we think the trolls were gonna band together? They kind of, didn't they band together up here? Familiar abuse versus unfamiliar care, purple one. Yes. Papa Frog said they would be C. Jones's friend. But C. Jones is not going to make an alliance with Papa Frog. So we got some lone wolf trolls. I feel like you guys would be better off like banding together. CJ isn't a troll. No, C. Jones started off as a troll, I thought. What's up? What are we doing here? First time. Monotonia. It's all over the place. Right now we have some trolls that are are piquing my interest. Man, that's rough. I remember feeling like no one could hate me more than I hated myself. If you don't value yourself, how can anyone else? I really hope you find that freedom I found after anxiety. Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, I definitely, God, the amount of times I said definitely, I've just been aware of how many times this live I've been like, definitely. It's my new like. Have I not even been saying like? And it's fine if I have. It's just annoying to me. I'll feel like it's annoying to the people to be saying the words over and over. It's like a tick that I'll do, but it annoys me. I'm kind of like, I'm tired of hearing that word come out of my fucking mouth. So I'm just becoming aware that I say the word definitely a lot now. For some reason, we picked up that one. The thing with like me, I've hated myself more than anyone can ever hate me, but I'm past that level of hate. So now I feel like anything other people try to do or hate me, it can just never outdo how much I've hated myself. But I like, if I was still in that place of hating myself that much and not accepting myself, then it would probably be pretty distressing to then be getting the hate in addition from the other people. But it's like, it's just like when people try to insult me and stuff, it's like, oh, this is like chill. This is nowhere near, like, this is fun. I don't know. It's just, it's so much more fun too, and just better for me to like not even have to have it like affect me. I don't know, to just like not have to remove the trolls. It's like it's a power move for sure. It's like, okay, you can be you can be here and okay, like I don't know, it's the like, what are the trolls? Are they're in my hunch, I have a hunch that the trolls, they want reactions out of you, and I think possibly one of the most satisfying reactions for a troll could be that someone removes them. Well, we had someone earlier in the chat, well, they were like being they started off being racist, so that was like overt racism. That was a removal. Like, that's not fun trolling at all. Like, that's not cool. So and then they just kept making more, or they had already made these accounts. I'm assuming they just like kept reappearing, same name, different account. Like, I had to remove it so many times. Like, that's what I feel like the trolls get a kick out of, is someone removing them, and then they're like, "Ooh, they have to remove it," and then they know they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna piss her off so much more by." Not all of them reappear on a different account, but I'm sure a good amount of them, like, you remove them. The best course of action obviously would be, like, if you don't want to interact with the troll, the best course of intervention would be to completely ignore them. But I get a kick out of interacting with them, and where I get swayed of not doing that or influenced, like, if people are suggesting, like, just ignore them, then I'll be like, oh no, I have to ignore them. But it'll be like, oh, I'm doing something wrong if I don't just ignore them, or I don't know, making it worse for everyone. I don't know. I just obviously overthink everything, but I'm realizing that what am I realizing? Oh my god, what am I realizing? I'm just always, I'll just constantly be getting influenced by people just merely suggesting things like, oh, just ignore the trolls. But it's like, I don't know, for me, it's just sort of different because it is fun. But then when people are like, oh no, ignore them, I'm like, oh no, can it not be fun if I don't, like, oh, it's never gonna, I don't know, I just, like, get influenced by, like, what other people think, that they think you should just ignore them. But it's like, if you don't care about them saying more things, then yeah, why would you ignore them? I just don't want to, like, make it, I don't know, I get aware of, I don't know, I just, like, don't want to make other people uncomfortable at times too, where it's like, but why am I don't, I can't talk, but I have a hard time doing sometimes, like, what I feel like is what I want to do at the time, and because then I'm like, oh no, are people going to be uncomfortable that there's trolls, like, in the chat? But obviously, like, this is just a different thing. Like, this is a lot of what I've done on my live streams. I was on a bit of a hiatus, but now I'm back, and it's usually like we interact with the trolls. That's like what that's what we do. What was the guy? He was fun. There was a guy that just kept saying it was cringe, and then I was like, oh my god, I hope he doesn't leave. Billy. He had a funny kind of name. It was like a first and last name that made just one name. It wasn't Billy Bob. It was like Bill B or something. I can't fucking remember right now, but I got a kick out of, I was just, like, sad when he left the chat, and then yeah, I was like, oh, I hope he returns, whatever. And then everyone, it seemed like we were having a fun time when he showed up again to just be like, cringe. And he just kept saying, like, cringe, it's so cringe. And then he would disappear. And then he would reappear. This was very interesting. He said one other thing. I think he said something about me being on drugs. So he would disappear and then he would reappear. I caught on to a strategy. He would reappear at a later time and then say the same thing about, like, she's on drugs, guys, or something. And then the cringe thing or something. Like, he was trying to reappear with new people, it seemed, to get it going, like, that I'm on drugs or something, maybe. And then, yeah, it was just, like, interesting to kind of see what he was doing, his little strategy. LMAO, some guy sending hate from Norway. Oh, did that again? Or are we talking about a while ago? Yeah, someone was like hate from Norway. Did that happen again? It's just funny that it's specifically from Norway. Like, is it it's meant to be, is that meant to be a funny, like, it's funny to me, dude. Like, it's to specifically send hate from your country. Also, who is speaking on behalf of all of Norway? Like, some little troll on a YouTube live. What if the person's not even from Norway? What if they're trolling so hard that they're not even from Norway? They're like, are they hating on Norway in a way? Are they like, Norway would send hate? Like, is it a double thing? Why texting makes you vomit? Oh, Karan Mohali saw my video, or saw the title that says, yeah, it's like a little improv song I did. He was like, texting makes me wanna vomit it. Emails make me wanna, something about like putting my head in a microwave. Or the texting it's just like too chaotic for me. It's just being expected to be available like that. I don't like that. So Joseph, anyway, y'all be safe, got to go, be nice to see each other. Dang it, I probably missed that. They're probably already gone. Joseph's been here for, I don't even know how many hours it's been. Joseph has been like, just, yeah, sitting through this whole freaking thing, being so supportive and being awesome. So I'm just taking a moment to appreciate Joseph styling. Growing up with overly critical parents can make you feel like an alien later in life. Probably. Sarah Silverman on crack, LOL. It's, yeah, it's probably giving that. But Sarah Silverman, like, I feel like I look like a man, like more, like I look like a man with my bone structure at times. So that is actually quite the compliment. So thank you. Appreciate that. Oh my God. Thank you, High Frequency. You have pretty eyelashes. Well, I get, actually, fun fact, I get like OCD about them because this one never went back to normal after I had some sort of allergic reaction to something, a plant, and then this eye just like itched for weeks on end maybe, and then the eyelashes stuck down after that and they never went back. So I have a tick that I do a lot of times where I'm like trying to curl them up like all day, just like getting them to go up because they still kind of go down more than the others. So it's nice that High Frequency says the eyelashes are pretty. But yeah, I'll obsess over them looking different. It's a bit of an OCD thing where you can't really pick up on it on the live. But I do kind of play with them all the time, and they actually used to look different. They used to be way curlier and kind of longer looking and way thicker, but I was kind of OCD about that. So may have like plucked a few eyelashes. I know it's like kind of like plucking eyelashes, but I was OCD to the point where I don't know, there was like weird fucky eyelashes going weird places on this eye, and it like they were damaged and like imperfect, and I like felt the need to pluck out, and I like trimmed them one time just because I didn't want to have to deal, I think, with, or I thought they would grow back normally or something, but obviously I couldn't just trim one side, so like I did some weird shit to these eyelashes, guys. Better not start huffing duster. What is duster? Please educate me on, is that like something you inhale? Is that a drug thing? God, I didn't realize that I had to scroll, so I'm a little bit behind. Oh, hate from Afghanistan from one of our trolls, Papa Frog. This is after the hate from Norway. Are you actually from Afghanistan? Okay. Trolling can get weird if the trolls are frequenter of the chans, like 4chan or 8chan. Or is that what it is? A 4 and an 8? What is the topic list? I don't know. I should probably keep saying I'm gonna go. Oh, hi, miss you. Hey, I'm from Kazakhstan. I can't help but not think of, what's the movie with, what's his name, about Kazakhstan that was all fake news, information about Kazakhstan. What's the movie? I can't help but not think of that when I think of Kazakhstan. Sacha Baron Cohen. Borat. Wasn't there a thing with Kazakhstan where I don't know if it's a president or prime minister, didn't they get like a bit upset about how Borat depicted Kazakhstan because it was like all not true stuff? And then, but then later on, didn't they make it a bit of a tourist thing? I don't know. Oh geez, high frequency. Your nose is perfectly structured, gives your face really good symmetry. No, it's not, dude. It's crooked as fuck. Like I have a deviated septum, and it seems like it got fucked up from soccer. My nose was like a soccer ball magnet. Like, do you guys want to see the crooked? Okay, do you see? Woo. Goes that way. Because one side of my nose looks one way, and the other looks different because it's kind of smushed that way. So it's like this side, I can almost, this is the side that I took my Billie Eilish lookalike photo on, because she doesn't have a, what's it called? Dorsal hump. She's got like a little slopey nose, I think, or straight. So it's like I can, because of the crookedness, it's like one way, it looks like you can't even like see the bump. It looks like a different nose, but then that way, it's like, woo! It's like this way we're going skiing on that bump, guys. Borat, great success. I saw Borat for the first time. I didn't finish watching it. I swear I was in elementary school. And not later elementary school, but I could have been. Like, I don't remember this being grade 7. I remember this being like grade 3 or 4 or I don't know. I feel like I was pretty young, and I was at my friend's birthday party, and I left the room because I couldn't handle it. I was like, I couldn't handle it. I don't know. Maybe because I was kind of raised in a bit of a more conservative-y culture or something. It was like, is there that much sexual stuff? I don't even know if it was that. It could have just been the type of humor that I just didn't get the humor at the time. I was just too young to get it, I think. And I remember I walked out of the movie with my friends, and I can't remember if I was like the only one, or if there was a few other people that didn't really care to watch it. Or was I the only one? I just like hung out with her mom. Yeah, I just remember not liking it at the time. And then I watched it actually a little bit ago for the first time again. Because yeah, I didn't remember any of it. Can you please make a proper video on when social anxiety is kept becoming reason not to live? It's hard to accept and people don't even consider it concern. Maybe I'm too young and that's why it hurts. Oh my goodness. I am, first of all, so sorry, Karan, that you are dealing with this thing. Like, it's can be a very lonely experience, very intense. Like, for me, it was really scary. My social anxiety had kept me from really even like getting help or telling people about it, or I couldn't even explain myself, like, or even if I tried to explain myself, like, people don't get it. So I can so much relate to your struggle. Like, for me, I did get to a point where I was very, very depressed, and I, like, trigger warning for everyone about suicidal ideation stuff. Like, I, at one point, did pray that I got taken out in my sleep somehow, which was really not a good time, but there was always a part of me that was like, this, for me, I didn't really have the, I wasn't always socially anxious like that. Like, I had a certain amount that, other people maybe experience, and that's, but it wasn't to like the very dysfunctional degree that it becomes. So for me, I had known, like, oh, I've been this other way. And so, like, there must be a way that I can get back to that. So that gave me hope, but even if someone was born extremely socially anxious and they don't even know any other way, like, for me, it happened in high school, but for other people, they've always been that way. No matter what way, there's always like a way to, it's not a permanent thing. I truly believe it's not a permanent thing. And, for me, what got me off track with it was, so what caused this is really important stuff. So right now I'm just going to talk about this for a while. So if people are commenting, just know y'all are talking amongst yourselves for a little bit. I'm going to look out for any comments from Karan about this, because that's who I'm talking to about this right now. And, so anyways, for me, the social anxiety, what started it was, so I had different phobias all throughout my life. And then I had a phobia or I still have it. I still deal with it. It's not as much of a struggle as it was, but I still very much deal with it at times. It's called erythrophobia. So it's the fear of blushing. I found out that fancy name and everything from Google searching, because I didn't know what was going on. So I just was like always scared. I just started Googling. Like, I didn't know who to talk to. Like, so anyways, I had a fear of blushing. So it was social related. It was a type of a social anxiety specific to blushing. And then it became more of like a full blown social anxiety in general. But the blushing thing was like, when it's just, for a while, I thought I was supposed to just not ever blush. Like, I thought to get over it was to control it and to try to not ever blush. Or if I did, it meant I'm like weird. And because I was scared of it happening, unfortunately with that phobia, it's like the more you fear it happening and try to control it and not want it to happen, the more it does happen. So it's like the more I was like, don't blush, don't blush, don't. Like, literally, I remember days in high school all day. Those were my thoughts, like, all day. It was like, don't blush, don't blush, don't blush, don't blush, don't blush. Like, just sitting there in my desk all day. And I remember I don't think this was just one day, I think multiple days, I would, was this years? I don't know. I just remember my face being, when it was really like at its height, this phobia, I just remember my face being prickly constantly for, again, people in the chat, because I know people have been sort of saying things. I'm addressing Karan Mohali's comment, so we're talking about social anxiety stuff. My face was like prickly all day because I was always like on the verge of a blush, or like literally constantly kind of like blushing, or yeah. So anyways, the more I tried to control it, the worse it got. And why I had developed the social anxiety from that thing was because I had a lot of shame about that thing happening. Like, I had gotten embarrassed, and then people kind of made fun of me for it, for my face being red. And I felt inferior, and like certain comments made, like someone was like, what, are you scared of me or something? Like, they attributed me blushing as being scared of them, which I'm sure I was having like a shame thing, but like the way they said it was a way of like disapproval and judgment. So there was just a lot of stuff. So with the blushing specifically, and like social anxiety in general, for me now, like everything that I've learned and trying and continuing to like just accept that I experienced that, it's what do I want to say? Yeah, I want to do a video about yeah, Karan was suggesting, yeah, I want to do, yeah, it's like I want to do these like more edited videos where I plan ahead of time and I like write out so it's not just like one rambly all over the place thing that doesn't make much sense. Like, I want to do those like types of videos, but right now, on the cuff, how do you say it? I'm trying to think of like the main sort of pillars that helped me with the social anxiety. But a big part of it is acceptance, and like self-acceptance. For me, it's like social anxiety will feel like I have something to hide or be constantly ashamed about. Or it's just like a really intense fear of how I'm being perceived. And for me, the social anxiety became the trigger. It was like being anxious in public felt wrong and not okay. Like, I felt like I've been kind of allowing myself to not try to sort of hide it, but it's hard because there are times where it doesn't like feel safe to like appear anxious in front of people, because they might make a comment and it might really affect me in a negative way or something. Or a lot of social anxiety, I think, has to do with definitely, obviously, like self-esteem, self-worth, confidence within your own self, but it can help to, like, for me, it's like the blushing was a big thing of what was causing the anxiety a lot of times. So with you, Karan, it could help to like figure out specific things, if you don't already know, like specific things that you are worried about. Like, it'll be like, if this happens, that's good. For me too, it's like it's like I worry about the fear of abandonment. So it's like, if I blush and then people laugh at me or something, it's kind of like, oh, it'll be so weird and humiliating that I can't come back from that, or people will perceive me in this like negative way. And it's yeah, it'll just feel like such a life or death thing. It'll feel so intense. So So yeah, it's just, what's helping is like accepting the things within myself that I was rejecting. Like if I accept things in myself, then when something happens, when those things are seen by other people, I'm okay with it. It's like I was having a hard time, like I had to accept the blushing. I had to not see it as something inferior or weird or whatever. And I had to really validate the social anxiety too, to be like, this is so normal for me. Like this is because of what I went through. It's like there's, yeah, I feel like there's usually experiences that would trigger it. Some people maybe just, there are some people that probably, you know, I'm sure it exists that some people come out of the womb kind of being just more socially anxious, but a lot of times it's like, if something hasn't happened, it's at least the fear of a thing happening. So it's like, it's helpful to kind of figure that out. Like, what am I really worried of happening? Like, what am I, like me, it'd be like, if I got to the root of it, it'd be like, I'm going to blush. I'm going to look like a weird. I'm going to humiliate myself. And then I'm going to be like, for me, it was like feeling like I would get excluded from the tribe for that thing. But now how I feel about that, like I'm not always doing this in real life. Like I will still feel fearful and like avoidant stuff, but how I feel now, it's kind of like, if people were to like abandon me for that thing, that I'm not even doing anything wrong, like those aren't cool people. Those aren't, yeah, genuine people. It helps to like try to surround yourself with like supportive, yeah, obviously try as hard as you can to be surrounded by like accepting, supportive people. And if you haven't already, find someone at least that you can talk to about it. And anyways, I gotta just like make a video. I don't know if Karan is still here. So, hello from Texas, hello. I think I'm becoming a schizophrenic. Big Papa Frog. Oh, because of me? Haha. Or maybe not. See, I always seem to, it's like, oh, I caused that. But obviously, this person be trolling, so I can't help but think that. What? No, you were so pretty. Your nose looks automatically good. It has no choice to. I was talking about my crooked nose before. How many times did you take the soccer ball to the nose? LOL. A lot. One time, my teammates laughed at me because this heavier person, like, I feel like when you are heavier, you have more weight behind the ball. Maybe not. But I feel like this person was able to kick it so friggin' hard in my face because they were like just a very big, meaty person. Girl on the other soccer team like stood right in front of me this one time and just literally, let's try to get a distance. Okay, you guys are me. You're me looking at this girl trying to defend for your team for soccer. And so where was I? Okay. About right here. Just like boom, like right into my fucking face. And then I fell down. And I remember crying, not from the pain of the impact of the soccer ball on my face. I remember crying because of the emotional pain of my teammates laughing at me. Like, everyone was just laughing. It was probably actually fucking hilarious to witness, honestly. But it didn't really hurt that bad, but I had a little cry moment for myself because I felt hurt by people. Oh, Karan, the thing is that when meeting new people, according to me, I've interacted too much and talked a lot, but the person from front always says, why are you not so social? But I try my best to interact. Um, yeah, it's annoying when other people are like, why are you so quiet? Why are you, like, I remember trying to explain my, like, depression, or just that I was feeling like I was around, this was when I was in Greece, so also the culture there was a bit different, like, especially there, it was, like, different with mental health and, like, people understanding. It's just like, why are you so quiet? And I tried to just open up about, like, feeling a bit down, or I don't even know if I said anxious or sad, and it was like, the vibe was just like, be happy, or why are you sad? Just be happy. Like, that does not, unfortunately, those kinds of people don't understand. And I feel like there's not a reason for someone to, like, someone saying there's nothing wrong with not being social, and I feel like it's maybe more about the person saying it. It's like maybe something having to do with them, or what they believe, or whatever it is, like, that they're trying to make a thing about you not being social. Like, you get to be how you are. Like, you don't have to be you don't have to be anything for anyone. I would pretend to be like a more outgoing, comfortable version of myself because I felt this pressure to, like, entertain other people, that I had to be a certain way. You don't have to be anything for anyone. And if someone's trying to, like, get you to be a different way, it's like, that's not, it's not cool. It's kind of like, yeah, I don't know. There's times where someone is, like, maybe just trying to, there's times where someone might be like, hey, are you okay? You're not seeming like yourself. Is everything all right? Like, there's a supportive way of someone, maybe someone making note or telling you, or saying, like, oh, how come you're not, yeah, or how come you're so quiet, or something. There's, like, there's ways that people are doing that out of, like, concern in a way. But I'm trying to think what I would say to the person, but I tried my best to interact. There's people, Karan, there's people that are, they honestly just observe. There's people that just watch other people and they enjoy that. Like, they don't really talk much, or they only say a few words. There's people that are introverted, so I'd be curious if you are also, like, an introvert. So yeah, because introverts just have a hard time with a lot of socialization. It's just not, like, my thing is, try to do what you feel like doing as much as you can. Like, try to just sort of be how you would be. Try to be how you would be, like, if no one cared how you were being. It's hard. Like, it's easier said than done. For me, I will just start to stress. Like, I relate to this. Like, I'll go to an exercise class at the gym and feel uncomfortable about not, like, everyone else in the class will be talking to each other, and I would feel like I had to do that. But I was anxious, and I was trying to just, like, make it look like I was trying to be someone I wasn't at the time. I was trying to make it look like, oh, I'm so social and I talk, and I almost felt, like, rude to not. I felt bad. But then I started to just this was like a spinning cycling bike class. Then I would sit on my bike and just try to look down, because I would also be, like, looking around thinking if someone, I don't know, I felt like I had to be open to everyone, like, I had to give everyone my energy at all times. Like, socializing shouldn't be exhausting. It should be, I don't know, it should be, yeah, enjoyable. But for me, it's very much, it can be exhausting all the time. So when I say shouldn't be this way, I don't mean like, oh, you shouldn't feel this way about it. That's not what I mean at all. It's sort of like socializing to me is not trying to be something different than what you are to make other people feel better or to like, yeah, sorry, I'm like, it's been a while, so my brain is not working as well right now, but, there was a way I was gonna say that, I wanted to say, but I forgot now. Yeah, socializing should not, entail, yeah, just if someone's like trying to, sorry, okay, I'm just like stuck on my thought and I can't move along, okay. Your mind is mind play. Your mind is slave you to thoughts that you watch the thoughts. We're all background characters in other people's lives. Yeah, no one's like thinking as much about you than you are about yourself. It has helped me to remind myself like, I'll be caught on something after the interaction too. I'll think that I'll like start obsessing about something I said, or, oh, I talked too much. Like for me, Karan, for me, it's like, for me, if people, it's probably the opposite. Like if people said out loud to me, the equivalent for me would be like, why are you talking so much? Well, it's like, I'm getting that throughout the live. It's like, oh, you're rambling or blah, blah, blah. Honestly, Karan, I feel like I struggle with like trying to like listen more. It's really frustrating and annoying to people if they can't get a word in. I feel like people love to be heard and listened to, and it's like if that's not your natural way of being, or at the time, or you're just not feeling like being the person carrying the conversation, whatever, you're just like more into listening. People love to be listened to. They value that so much. And a lot of people can have a hard time listening. Like there's a lot of people that just like don't listen. So it can help to kind of just focus on taking in and listening, right, to what the other people are saying. But if you don't feel like saying anything, it's just like, just know that you're doing nothing wrong, not doing anything. I feel like we have this culture too where this is a part of it. And I got on this rabbit hole when I was looking up autistic stuff. It was making me think of social norms and how some people think it's maybe considered rude to like walk past a person if you're on a walk and not acknowledge them or interact with them. It's like some people maybe, I don't know if that even really happens. I think it was more in the past, or there's these like little social things that I just don't even agree with anymore, of that encourage people to kind of like give their energy to other people, or like you are supposed to be making the other person feel good, or people pleasing or something like that, right? And I'm just like, this is kind of unhealthy behavior in a way, or it's a codependent behavior, I think. Like societally, when people get bothered by other people acting a certain way, just being themselves, and they are just maybe being more quiet or something, it's like to try to get them to be a different way or something. It's kind of like codependent or controlling in a way. It's like, why does that matter to that person so much, right? It's like, why are they like, you could just as much be like, you're not so social, yeah, it's like you could so much as be like, oh, you could think like, oh, well, why are they so into telling people to be social, right? Like that's kind of a quirk that they have, because not everyone freaking does. It's not like standard behavior either. There's like sometimes certain characters. God, there was a person. It was like my worst fears almost coming true, because it was like, you know, when I had the blushing phobia, it's like a lot of the things that are helpful to think are like, oh, no one's really even noticing that much or caring about me or paying attention. There was this like guy I didn't really know. I was out with a friend and she had known these, she had these guy friends she knew, and so we were at dinner or something, and the waiter I had kind of known the server at the restaurant a little bit, and then he came over and I just like, he said hi, I was like, oh hi, blah, 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 and then he left, and then this guy that I hardly knew just sitting across from me, after that happened, he was like, he started giving me a fucking rundown of, it was just really, it was weird. It was like, it's good that I can be like, oh, this is weird, because it's something that I had feared happening, like someone noticing my blushing and stuff, but the way he did this was like, actually at the time I like felt pretty self-conscious and like shameful, but he basically was like, oh, I noticed like when that waiter like came up here and talked to you, like then your face went red, and then like this happened, and then what, like after the whole thing was over, he just like turned to me and started giving me a rundown of like how red my face looked at the time. It looked, honestly, maybe that guy had his own like shame or thing about blushing, and it like made himself feel better to point out when someone else was like doing it. But fucking weird. Like that would have been, it was, yeah, that would have been like my worst fear at the time. But it's kind of like, if you can see the ick in like the other person caring so much or controlling, like, oh, I noticed you were, like, for me, there's things that I would be ashamed about that I'm not anymore. Like, it helps me to fidget and stuff. Like when I'm anxious, I have a lot of like energy in my body, right? So it's like it helps to fidget, and then that's something that I'll feel like shameful about to hide or something, in case someone's like, oh, I noticed you're like fidgeting your finger a lot or whatever. It's like it's like I see it now as like, oh, you could say it's kind of weird that this person cares so much about like what I'm just doing with my own body, whatever. But people are weird. People tend to it just seems that people give people a hard time and try to pick on them about things when they have their own insecurities about something, and they're trying to make themselves like feel better. So if someone ever tries to insult you, or it's like the things you're worried about people picking up on about your anxiety or something like that, like when people bring you down for that thing or something, it's like there's usually something they're quite insecure within themselves that they feel the need to be like, oh, you're doing this thing or you did that thing. So socializing with humans that are not self-aware is like talking to robots. No wasted energy there. Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. What really helped me is like I don't have to get them to understand as well. Like it really helps to like get the knowledge, do the research too. If you want to make a video, please add these points: why people think we have an attitude, if I have anxiety, how to get rid of anxiety at work / interview / career, how to answer, why are you so shy, rude. Oh my god, I know. It's like you already have the anxiety, and then now you have, oh, it is just like very difficult to deal with, because for me, it's like you're socially anxious, and then you don't want to draw attention to yourself because you don't want to be the center of attention at all. You're like anxious and you just want to, it's like, I realized like, oh, I need to just like, to just be not trying to pretend to be outgoing and all that. Like I need to just kind of be quiet and inward and with myself, and that I realize that, and then I'm battling, what if that brings attention to me? What if that brings more attention to me? And in certain environments it can be, it's the whole like, why are you so quiet, right? Like why are you so shy? The rude thing and the attitude thing is very annoying to be perceived that way. I was in university and I was in a dorm, and very, very socially anxious time for me, like living in this dorm, like always people all the time, like so socially anxious, and a guy in the dorm that I hadn't sort of gotten to know or talked to, excuse me, for a little while. We were all hanging out, you know, in the lounge thing, and then I hadn't really talked with him one-on-one. It's like we hang out in groups and stuff, so then we were just happened to talk and get to know each other, and then he was like, to be honest, I thought you were like, yeah, really stuck up and you thought you were too good for anyone. And it was because probably I couldn't make eye contact. I was like, so he perceived my lack of eye contact, or the way I was acting, was that I was like stuck up, or like the having an attitude thing. So it's so annoying when that happens. It's like you have to know that that's someone else's projection, and it's like you can't control how other people, it's like it can be very, for me it was at the time, especially for me at least, like I didn't know he thought that till after we were talking, and then he's like, I thought that. But if someone had said that, was saying I'm shy or rude or whatever, I would have it would have been hard to deal with, and then I don't know if I would have been comfortable enough to say I have social anxiety. Like Quran, okay, how to accept the way we are. Why do you like me? Always thought what others will think. Why people like me don't want to be a leader anymore. Have a lot of concerns. How to accept the way we are. Why do you like me? Always think that what other, yeah, okay. People like me don't want to be a leader and more. Have a lot of concerns. Yeah. For me, what helped was trying to, like, I had so much anger about the anxiety, and it was like, it just felt like such a weakness, and like, ew, and inferior and gross. Like I was so ashamed, I so rejected it. And then way later, and especially more recently, I've been like way more compassionate to myself, like realizing that part of me helped me to, like, it's my body's trying to help me, and it's not something to like I've been just really trying to like embrace it too, to it can be hard though, like I it's hard to just I had started saying it more out loud, and that helped with the shame. Like I got to like accepting it more. And you would be surprised, maybe, Karan, that I think it does seem more common than you think. Like there are, when I've mentioned it or started talking about it, it seems like people will either know someone that has it, or there's just been people that I wouldn't think that are dealing with it, that mention or say, you know, they say, oh, I'm socially anxious or something. Like I was to a point with shame where I couldn't even let anyone know that I sort of dealt with it. It's like you have to try to own it and embrace it. And yeah, it's hard though. It's like, how do you do that? How do you just accept it? For me, it was learning and realizing that my body was really trying to help me. And then the whole realizing that for me, like what caused me to be that way was like certain experiences that I went through. And so I saw it as like my body just trying to protect me. And that for me, it was very normal. Like that's my version of normal. And also for me, it helps to have like an outlet. I would journal, and then I ended up writing music and songs to get those like emotions and feelings out. So it helps to have some sort of an outlet like that, either maybe music or a sport or a hobby. And as difficult as it is to deal with, I feel it does have a flip side. Like, people that deal with anxiety tend to be very empathic people and very caring people, and like we overthink because we care. Like, it can be hard to have, too much empathy and it not be balanced, but at the same time it's like there's people that just, they don't even care. Like, we care so much that we overthink, and it's like, oh no, what if I do this, right? It's like, sorry, I'm getting tired, I should probably go. Oh my god. But I think it would be good to make videos about this. I've been wanting to like talk about this or help people with this for so many years, and I've not really known how to. There's been some videos of me talking about it at times, but there hasn't been much content at all, and about what I've done to work through it, because I still deal with it, but it's like way different, and it's definitely nowhere near what it was like when I was in high school. So yeah, there's a way. I did, at my worst, I had felt like, what if it's always this way the rest of my life? Like, what caused me to get really depressed? It was like, what if, like, I felt like I can't live like this forever. And I think it, excuse me, if you're looking at like resources and therapy can really help. You gotta find a good therapist. Talking to someone, like, you gotta talk to someone, I feel like, or even if that's just finding people on the internet, YouTube videos. There's lots of YouTube videos on social anxiety. A guy I like is Julian himself. I think it's this way. But there's like tons of different, and Reddit's really good too for people talking. Like, for me, it did help to find, it just helped me feel so much better to find multiple people, other people dealing with what I was dealing with. Although currently I've tried to scour the internet at times for videos, like vlogs or videos like of what I kind of do on my channel, where I am openly showing the anxiety and like the live action version of like having this way of thinking and the paranoia, or and I'm like worried now that they're judging me that I just said that, and now I'm trying to over explain that, and like I haven't really been able to find, like, when I search for that stuff, I just get professionals and experts talking about stuff like that, or thinking patterns. So, but there's way more on social anxiety. Like, I was trying to find a specific thing about with me. What was I trying to specifically find? Yeah, just that stuff. Like the over explaining thing, or maybe it was fearful avoidance stuff, like someone talking about how it is and how I'm sure it's out there, I just couldn't find it. But there's a lot of good info on this lady. I really like Therapy in a Nutshell. Somatic therapy has helped immensely. I would look up somatic therapy exercises on YouTube. Somatic therapy has been like a game changer for me. Nervous system stuff. What's the other thing I'm thinking about? Nervous system. There's some other concept. Like polyvagal. That's related to somatic therapy, I think. Polyvagal theory. That's a good thing to look up. And then if you can search those things specifically for social anxiety as well, I think that'll be even better. Appreciate your suggestion. High frequency will search on YouTube about videos. MDMA therapy help remove all the self-created anxiety. Ooh, high frequency, you did the MDMA therapy. I like cannot do, because of my sense of self stuff. Like I tried to do shrooms to like heal the trauma, and it kind of backfired. I don't know. It just was not for me. Yeah, meditation, counseling groups, travel if possible. This reality that you're living is not who you are, and you're deaf, not the anxiety. High frequency, hit the gym. Yeah, the sleep, the exercise, and the food do make a difference for anxiety in general. I'm really trying to get those. Like, I do feel a big difference. There's times where I'm just not socially anxious, where I usually would be, and I'm like eating very clean and no sugar and that, and it's like it's just different, and I just don't have to deal, and I'm like, whoa, this is just like, is it just that? I don't think it's usually not just all one thing, it's like a combination of things, right? So I cannot even look at my parents in the eye with social anxiety. It's like a vortex that sucks your attention, but does not have to always feel like that. High frequency, that was/is still me at times. Like that, I so relate to that. The dinner table, having dinner with my family was one of my biggest triggers, because I felt stuck and like I couldn't escape the situation as well. The table thing, the sitting at the table, going for dinners, like it's very can be stressful at times. Used to have crippling anxiety, literally felt physically ill going outside or at the thought at talking with others. See, there's like so many people that deal with this. It's I do just wish it was talked about more, or I wish the way that people, there's lots of awareness of, say, something like autism, where someone could be like, there could be a symptom they're having, or sensory overload, or they could be like, yeah, I'm having sensory overload, or they could say I'm autistic and then be understood, but I feel like they're still not the same level. And I'm specifically talking about like the West. I guess it's different in other countries, right? Like other countries maybe don't know as much about autism, stuff like that, but it seems like out here in the West, people have like there's things that autistic people will do at times that will maybe come off rude to people and stuff like that. But I feel like now people can explain that they're autistic and then be kind of understood and maybe not have to mask so much. But I could be wrong. Maybe people have a hard time doing that too, or there's still people that don't get it. But there's like a term, and obviously there's a term too, like, oh, I'm socially anxious. But for me specifically too, my special flavor of social anxiety too is like I don't know, I can just become non-responsive at times. Sort of, it happened because I was kind of letting myself actually stay present, and I just like didn't have control anymore to mask, and I just like froze, like I couldn't interact anymore, communicate. I want to get to a point where I do just say, when I'm getting to that point, or when it's a matter of me continuing to be really, really stressed instead of like letting my body calm down and not interacting. Like, I want to be able to do what's best for my body and be like, sorry, I just need a second here, to myself, I guess. Like, I want to be able to say that, or I want to be able to just like do that. But it's people, they also, sometimes people think social anxiety, they're like, oh, I get socially anxious too. Oh yeah, oh, I get anxious too. And then or with whatever anxiety, they'll directly compare themselves thinking it's that same thing. And then if they can do the thing too, if they are like, I'm anxious too, but I still made myself do this, or I went here, and then they'll, yeah, sort of judge you for not pushing through, is doing the same thing that they did, because they're like, well, I'm anxious and I just do. Yeah, it's annoying when people do that and they think it's the same. Like, there's different levels. There's people that have social anxiety, but it's more mild and they're still socializing. I think people maybe aren't as familiar with like the social anxiety as well, that maybe causes like panic attacks just mid-sentence, or like shutdowns just like during the interaction. Like, people maybe aren't as familiar with what's going on with that, or it's just kind of hard to like navigate those situations and feel like, for me, I'll worry that I'm gonna bring everyone down or affect them. So for the way that I would take a sec is I would just excuse myself to go to the washroom, and even if I were to take like 5-10 minutes, you know, I guess it's different if you're just hanging out with one person, but say you're with a group of people, you're at a gathering or a party, no one's even going to notice if you're gone. Like, they're not going to be counting the minutes. It's like, if you're able to kind of take your time. And yeah, the thing that I find that I need is like retreat when I'm in the situation. The hard thing with social anxiety is it's hard to control exposure therapy. So like, when you put yourself in that socializing, like, stressful situation, if you aren't able to calm down during it and you leave that interaction, unfortunately your brain is going to associate that interaction still with like fear and being unsafe. It's going to still feel unsafe. If you always leave while you're still like up here stressed, worried, anxious, like for me, I can go hours and hours in an interaction and not ever calm down. Like, I rarely, not anymore, but there's certain times that, certain situations that it's like I'm not able to calm down while I'm in the situation, and so then I'm leaving while I'm still stressed. And then if that event happens again, I'm again sort of not, I'm associating it with that stressful experience. So I realized that I needed ways, like, I just felt so overexposed in the interaction. There was no like, oh, how about I go, it depends on what the thing is. There's things where you can be like, oh, I'm gonna show up to this thing. Maybe you're stopping by a birthday party. You give yourself an opportunity to get out of it if you're not wanting to be there. So you could be like, you could tell your friend, hey, sorry, I'm a bit busy, but I'm gonna try to stop by for like 15 minutes or something. And or you make a plan that you only have to be there for 15 minutes. And then if you feel comfortable and you stay, then you want to stay, then you can sort of stay. But you let yourself like have an escape, like, ahead of time. Having an escape plan can really make a huge difference. And retreat, like being able to like be alone, even when you're with people socializing, like if you really do need to like be alone, that you can go to a bathroom for a bit, or you can go whatever, or you're able to leave if you want to or need to. It's like, hey, I gotta leave now. So with me, when I worked and had jobs, there was like not enough retreat. Like I had to stay in that one spot and stand at the till and be with the people. Like I was not able to have accommodations to like switch roles and work in the back or get out of it. I don't know. So that's where I think like the anxiety just built up and up and up and like got so much worse. And then another thing, I'm still on this tangent, but another thing that I more recently realized, I have a video called something about, what was it called? It's about eye contact. Is it like eye contact's dumb or something, or me not liking eye contact? When I was in therapy before, I thought I had to, like, I suggested to my counselor at one time, my counselor at the time, I was like, I felt like I have to be better at eye contact. Like I was not feeling comfortable to be making a lot of eye contact, and my natural way at the time, being socially anxious, was to like not make a lot of eye contact when I wasn't feeling comfortable. When I felt safe, I didn't have a issue with the eye contact thing, although it's hard for me to like concentrate and hear what the person's saying when I'm looking at them the whole time. It's like a distraction thing that I get. But I thought, oh, I'm doing something like wrong by not making eye contact enough, or I felt like to be in the social situation, it meant I have to like be also making good eye contact, and if I'm not, then I shouldn't be there because I'm not doing it right, or like this will, I thought maybe it would like help or solve my social anxiety to like learn how to make eye contact. I feel like there's different degrees of social anxiety and then also social skills, where I didn't have a problem making eye contact in general. Like I just didn't feel safe to, it was too triggering, it was too much. And so a way that I retreat in social situations as well at times is like I try to allow myself to not have to make like normal level of eye contact. Like I try to allow myself, there's friends that I've told like, hey, it's just easier if I don't make the eye contact, but I'm still listening to you, like, because it is just easier for me to concentrate on what they're saying as well. But then I can just be socially anxious. It was just really hard to like control my nervous system, and still is, when I'm also like, it's like I gotta go to the situation for this many hours. I guess I can't, depending on the situation, it's like, oh, if I agree to this, I kind of got to do the whole thing, or you got to try to find ways to like, have retreat. And again, it can just be really hard to like facilitate exposure therapy with social anxiety. Like other fears, it's really annoying. I should get to some of the comments. Sorry, guys. What is the root of your trauma? That's a loaded question that we'll have to save for another time, but I've like talked about it. MDMA is completely different than mushrooms. Feels like pot of gold. Okay, yeah, I guess MDMA is not it's not hallucinogenic, really. You don't, like hallucinate. Much love to all you, wishing you guys deal with no anxiety. Don't put labels on yourselves or believe the stories in mind narrating you about Martin's chatterbox. I've become a severe introvert over the past years. I leave a cart full of groceries because I get so overwhelmed. Like having, leave the situation. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. This is like, sometimes I'm okay in the grocery store, and then other days it's like the worst. It doesn't, the annoying thing with anxiety too is like, it doesn't make sense. And I would beat myself up about that, which is not something to do and be ashamed about. Like I would be like, you were fine doing this the other day, and why are you anxious now, and you have like taken all these steps back and it's bad again. I just had so much judgment of the anxiety. Like I felt like this in competition with the anxiety, like somehow if I didn't get anxious or feel anxious, I won. And if I just merely felt anxious, I failed. And yeah, it's not about not feeling the anxiety. It's about not reacting to the anxiety when you feel it, and not trying to like control not feeling that way. It's about like not feeding into the thoughts about the anxiety. But it's can be tough. I battle, I can't stand it, keep trying because I remember not being this way. Karan, firstly, I'm not living with my parents. I moved to Canada. I have to interact with people because it's very hard to live. Oh, you're in Canada too. Hard to live in Canada without connections. Yes, it is. This anxiety is affecting my study / career. Yeah, it does tend to like affect, other aspects of your life. Like for me, I tried to do like study groups when I was, and I made a study group when I was pretty socially anxious, and did not remember anything during the study sessions or anything because I was just anxious the whole time. Wait, let me get to my thing. Karan, I think the high frequency suggested the meditation stuff. It helps to like, it's hard. For me, I would spend so much time, I was worried about upcoming events and social interactions, but then after those things happened, then I was just like constantly thinking and obsessing about what I had said and what I had done, and like never living in the present. And for me, to be able to like not, the order of things that had happened for me, to not give into the urge of the thinking about it all the time, and then getting anxiety about my thoughts, and that like I had to, when I learned about stuff, and that I did a lot of sort of research and finding out information about for me, it was specifically like learning about, I guess, narcissistic abuse. That's what it was like for me, but other people have these thought patterns that also don't go through that. But for me, I guess I just like believed, for me it was very obsessive thinking, like OCD. I didn't know until I had kind of like done more research on things and changed my beliefs about things and myself. Like until then, I was more able to like realize that I didn't have to think, that it wasn't about fixing like the situation in my head, because I would go back and be like, well, I wasn't so awkward because I said this thing, and then but then remember when you did that, and then it was just like, when it stayed in my head, it was like when it stays in my head is when it causes suffering, and it also consumes like energy. It's hard to focus, it's hard to do anything. What's really helped me is like knowing and believing like I don't have to fix anything. There's nothing to fix. There's nothing, like if you, it's hard. It's just like, it's simple but difficult to do, right? It's because for me, I got so into fixing the anxiety. I got so into, I have this problem now to fix. And I honestly, there was times where I felt, this was, the time I'm thinking is when I was very much scared of the blushing in front of people. And I would forget about it sometimes, honestly. I would like, for moments, sometimes I would forget that I kind of had that problem. And then I think I didn't really have it when I forgot, or I at least like I wasn't thinking about it and I was calm and and then I would think, oh right, you have this problem. Like I'd be alone, not thinking about it for once, and then I would like have this thought about like, remember, you have this blushing problem. This is a problem. And then just like this heavy weight would fall over me and everything. And it is so sad because like the whole thing about it was that there was nothing ever to fix. Like it was only that I felt there was something to fix, and it was like this big problem. Obviously, it's like having the anxiety and the problem was kind of like affecting my life and becoming dysfunctional, whatever. But it's like what caused the problem too, I think, is like thinking that there was something wrong with me, this social anxiety, thinking there's some other way I need to be when I'm interacting with people, that like there's something wrong if I'm anxious during the thing, like there's something to fix about that and wrong or whatever. So if you're starting to think about things, for me, it's like I do so again, I had said somatic therapy. This is like a somatic therapy thing. It's just, well, it's a basic meditation as well, but like, for me, this is my process. This is my exact process now. You have to first be aware of when you're starting to get in your head and down a whole loop. Like sometimes before you know it, you can be living a whole made up situation that hasn't even happened yet in your head. Like for me, it'd be like maybe have something to go to, and then I start thinking about it, and it's like, oh, what if this happened? What if I blush? God, for me, I have one of those things like actively happening. It's just like I get anxious about the gym, and just like even just walking to the gym and saying hi to the gym people. So at times I'm like, what if I go and then they start talking to me, and then I like blush and I go all red, and then they're like, why are you so red? And then what am I going to say? Like I start to like just experience this thing as it's like happening, and then I'm like, oh my God, I'm thinking. And sometimes I do try to be like, well, if I blush, like it's not bad, it's okay, it doesn't matter. I don't know. It just, for me to stay in my head, it'll just still go back and forth like this obsessive thing constantly in my head. So the less attention I give it, the more the rumination stops and everything. And so anyways, I have to like be aware that that's happening. I'll be like, oh my God, oh, I'm like thinking of this scenario and in my head, whatever. And I'm like aware I'm doing it. And then I kind of go like, wow, I feel this urge. Like I notice this urge to fix the thing and keep thinking. It's like, it was hard to catch that because I would just automatically, I didn't know that I had a choice to not keep fixing or thinking. It felt like I was doing something. It's like I'm fixing the anxiety by being like, no, it doesn't matter. Like blushing, something to be ashamed about, blah, 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 blah. But anyways, it's like I've gotten out of practice with this, and it's been so helpful. And then I get in a habit again of like always trying to, fixing it in my head and staying in rumination, though I feel like is different than analyzing it and figuring out like what I've been doing this live, like where the problem is, whatever. Like the rumination will be like on repeat. It'll be the same thing, and back and forth, and but this, but then that though, but then this and that, and then and like for like just like it doesn't. Then I'll be like, okay, I feel okay about this. Like I'm not so stressed if I go to the gym and I blush in front of someone, whatever. It'll like get fixed in my brain, and then the next moment it'll be like, oh, but what if like, and then it just goes back. It never works. So I have to realize that that's happening, and then I have to like not give into that urge. It's like it really feels like what I'm supposed to do is like fix this and make it right and try to make myself like feel okay about this and that. And I call it dropping the story in my head, dropping the story, and like tuning into my body. It'll be like, where's my breathing? I try not to have like thoughts like that, like words. I just tune into what my stomach feels like at the time. Like, am I holding my breath? Am I having deep breaths? Or I'll tune into the feeling of my feet on the floor. I'll tune into my breath. And then the story will keep popping up. I thought more than 50 times whether I should discuss this concern live. It's great that everyone's giving suggestions, but I thought if anyone makes fun of this, it will hurt me. If anyone makes fun of it, like, they are fucking sucky. It's just like, it's embarrassing for them. It's embarrassing for them to make fun of this, in my opinion. It's like making fun of someone. It's like someone making fun of a blind person or something, being like, oh, you blind? Like, oh, you can't see or something like that. It's just like, you're a fucking idiot. If, like, it's so ick and cringe and embarrassing. So just know, Karan, it's so fucking ick and embarrassing and cringe. If someone just, like, feels the need to, like, make fun of mental health, mental illness, like, it just doesn't make sense to me. But, so, okay, let's go back to the drop the story. So, like, right now I'm tuned into what my feet feel like on the floor. Like, you can do this, anyone can do this right now. It's just tuning into the actual present moment. And I really I've been loving Eckhart Tolle's meditations. I really like him. He's really good at helping to do getting into the present moment. So he does, like, guided meditations, but I feel like it's a good balance of him talking and then him not talking and then talking again, and, you know, and helping you to get back. But anyway, so for me, it'll be like, oh, there's such a, okay, drop the story, and then I'll be in my body, and then the stressful, like, thing will pop in my head again, and then I'll get that urge again to think and fix it and that, and then it's like tuning back into my stomach, like, and then it'll pop up again, it'll go again sometimes, like, it'll, like, keep trying to get my attention and getting me to go there and fix it in my brain. And I don't beat myself up about that. I don't, no shame about that happening. You just notice that happening, and it doesn't mean you're doing bad. It means you're doing the meditation. Noticing is the meditation. It's not like, oh, I thought again. Oh, I'm having the thought. I'm not, like, meditation is not about not having any thoughts. Like, you can get to a place where you have less thoughts and thinking and stuff, but meditation, like, I feel like some of the best meditation is, like, having the chaos, but you're witnessing, you're just, like, observing it. You're not attaching and feeding into it. Because for me, I'll get the thought, and then I'm immediately feeling guilt or shame or something. Like, I've attached to the thought has caused me to feel guilt or shame. And so that's not feeling like, I used to think feeling my feelings was feeling all the shame and the guilt, like having the thought and then, like, feeling the, like, I'm a bad person feeling, like, feeling that. I thought that was feeling and sitting with my feelings, but then I realized feeling your feelings, it's gotta be, you gotta try to feel your feelings, like, without judgment of them, so you feel what that emotion feels like in your body, not as a thought at all, as a pure bodily sensation. So, like, anxiety will cause my heart to race a bit, or I can be sweaty. My breathing will be cut off. Like, I'll be holding my stomach and I can't get a deep breath. And what happens is, like, those feelings in my body will cause thoughts. It'll be like, I'll interpret it as something's wrong. I'll get that feeling in my body, and then I'll believe that something's wrong because of that feeling. Because when I have felt that feeling before, there's been times that feeling's happened and something was wrong, or something was gonna happen. Something, maybe, I don't know, someone was gonna start screaming at me. It's like, me personally, when I started having anxiety, it was when I was in an environment that it, like, yeah, it wasn't like a made up fear. It's like, yeah, someone was likely going to come home and immediately start criticizing me and screaming at me or something. So it was like I was anticipating that, right? So then that feeling started to get associated with like that's gonna happen, something like that's gonna happen, or just it's just a general like not good. This is not, something's not good. This is not good. So it's like really hard. If it's been that way for so long, it can be really hard to like undo that, like separate the two. It's like, okay, feeling that we had, belief that something bad is going to happen now, like those are attached together. This is how I see it now. It's hard to separate the two when it's been that way for so long. So when we're just feeling, when we're feeling our feelings, when you're processing emotions, you're not resisting them, you're not but you're also not having these like judgments. You're just like feeling the emotion, and then yeah, like say you're processing sadness, just a good cry where you're like, does anyone know when you're crying, you're not having thoughts about the crying or what you're crying about, like you're just feeling that emotion. You're just, yeah, you're feeling like hurt or sadness and you're in it. It's like you're present, and then you feel, yeah, you feel so much better. You feel a release. It's like, so I've had a harder time getting there with shame and guilt, because I thought, well, I shouldn't be feeling ashamed about this thing because I'll have like a toxic shame in a way, or toxic guilt kind of thing. So I would resist like letting that physical thing even come up in me, because it's like, well, no, I'm not gonna like feel worse and just feel so ashamed of myself. But there's a difference between like feeling that emotion of shame or guilt, but not having thoughts or beliefs that like you're a bad person or I did something wrong. There's like a way to just, it's interesting. It's like the emotions start to not even be, it's like shame's not so bad. Like I'll just feel, yeah, I won't have the, yeah, it's just like hard to know what these emotions even are, because to me they're so attached to these beliefs. But I guess for me it's like it must be feelings that I didn't feel in my past that it's feelings that okay, so it's like, if we're gonna go way back like hours ago in the live where I talked about the trauma getting trapped in a way, like you shut off from your real emotions and feelings and you're in fight or flight mode. The processing of emotions after a traumatic event or something, or complex PTSD, like, you know, traumatic situations over like years, like you're just like living in fight or flight nervous system mode. I think like processing that trauma or emotions or whatever is like feeling the feelings that you would have felt at the time if you weren't in survival mode in that situation. It's like you're processing the shit that you couldn't process during it because you couldn't, you were just surviving, you're just in survival mode. So like your brain, yeah, it shuts off the ability to like fully process the emotion. Because like if you are being held hostage or something, like and you're trying to just stay alive and crying is triggering to your, is it captors, is that how you say it, to your like kidnappers, if having emotions or showing emotions in that situation is going to make it worse, like, not to get dark, like I don't want to get dark, but all I can think of to explain this is like if you're getting actually no, I'm like, maybe it would be helpful. I was going to say if you're getting tortured and you show emotion or that it's like affecting or hurting you, like maybe that would make it stop sooner, because if you try to act stoic and like it doesn't bother you, they might ramp up the torturing. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to make it dark. But anyways, obviously people get what I mean, I think, but it's just interesting to think about maybe like the ways that certain emotions and trauma get trapped depending on different maybe traumatic situations and what the body needed to do to survive in the moment. It's like you dissociate in a way where I think there's like a level of body dissociation, so you can still remember everything that happened, but your body, yeah, it totally, like, it disconnects from, you go numb. I think you go numb. That's why people, that's shock, I think, right? Or a form of grief. People haven't processed that part of the like integration and whatever. It's like offline. So anyways, okay, I'm gonna actually go. That was, I don't know how many freaking hours. I gotta go. It's so late. Oh my god, I'm so tired. But thank you for everyone for joining. And I didn't even read all these comments. Oh my god. Hard understanding the contact, eye contact thing. You do it. Okay. Sean Light, you're really cool. What is your name? Well, thank you. It's Alyssa. Just Alyssa being me. It's my channel. Just trying to be me. Just trying to. Oh, and then they said it's okay on the whole you not getting in the comments. Oh my god. Well, thank you. Because yeah, that's something that I tend to constantly stress about during lives. Okay, I can't. I've lost the ability to speak because I've been talking for literally hours. Okay. Love you guys, and I don't know how else to end this, but bye, and everyone try to, I guess, make sure you're doing self-care and taking care of yourself and be kind to yourself. Like, I have to remind myself to not be an asshole to myself. Like, I'll just be being mean and emotionally abusive to myself, and then I gotta be like, whoa, you are not, like, it just, that's not it. That's not helpful. So anyways, okay, bye.